Welcome everyone! Welcome to another Blender stream! Today we're gonna keep modeling GABUROON from Made in Abyss. Yes. Yesterday, well, not yesterday, but the other day, the last stream, we were modeling, well, we learned how the Blender Bakery works. Yes. So we learned how to bake. Look, this is where we left off. We learned how to bake normals from a high poly model into a low poly one, right? So that we can keep lots of details there, but having a clean mesh or a cleaner mesh, right? That's amazing actually. So today I'm gonna try to add more details to the model, like the little faces there on the knees and some dents and scratches on the armor using geometry. I don't know exactly how to do that, but we're gonna try to figure it out. Okay, so without further ado, let me turn on the music. Okay, I open Blender here for myself too. Okay, this is where we left off. Okay, so let's see what can we do here, right, to make these little faces. And I was thinking today that maybe I am wrapped in a weird way here. Is this not targetable or something? Object mode. Is this sphere untargetable for some reason? Is it not like Nipad? Yeah, it is targetable. In the collection, it is targetable too. Well, for whatever reason, I was not able to click on it. Let's see. Yeah, now I am. What? Okay. So I want to add the details from this little face. Oh. Why is this the case? I had it like always in front. That can be the case here. Glow poly. Not in front. Okay. Maybe it was, yeah, when I was doing the retopo, right? That was why. Okay. So that little face has to go there. But what should we... here? Did I do it properly? I don't think so. I think you can leave, for example, you can clear this seam here so that it unwraps as a dice, right? Like forming a cross. Like, can you see here? Like it unwraps like this. I think this is the, well, the typical way to do it, right? Maybe not. I don't know. I was cutting here too, and this, it touches this face and it ends up flying over there. And maybe that's not ideal. I did it like that for the whole model though. And I noticed, yeah, it might be better if I clean one of those edges. This way you get one less seam, I guess. So for example, we can try to clean the interior, no, or this one. Let's see. But if you're cutting here, this will be the strip, right? Well, yeah, as long as you clean the same on both sides, you should be fine, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and here too. Clear seam. Maybe that way. Oh no, it has to be one of these, right? Yeah, cannot be that one. One of the ones, this or the other. That's attached to this cut, right? Or maybe not. No. Can be the other two. Let's see how this unwraps. Clear that. Select you. UV editing. Yeah, that across like that is what I want. Right? That is legal. Unwrap. Hey, Silverdawn, welcome back. How are you doing? ¿Qué pasó, Silverdawn? I guess that is legal, right? You can... Oh, the other... I didn't correct the other one. The other side. You're good. Go to here, go to here. Today I'm gonna be trying to bake this detail, right, onto this texture. But I don't know exactly what shall I bake. Only the normals, or normals like maybe occlusion, maybe, I don't know. Man, people are grumpy today on TikTok. Really? What was going on there? I was talking to this person on live and all of a sudden they got very angry. What? TikTok is like that sometimes. You meet very interesting people and not so nice people. Oh my god, that's a bit weird. I don't know, maybe with the summer, with the heat, people are more irritable or something. Maybe people are a bit angrier. I don't know. Or maybe you have to consider sometimes, like, are they bots? Are they real people? I don't know. I have had the same thing happen on Twitch too. You have had a whole mob of people ban you just for saying, what? So weird. There is just an audience. Well, I guess, I don't know. Yeah, that's a bit weird, to be honest. Let's hope it's the heat. Maybe it's just that the summer is very hot or something. All good though. Okay. Yeah, the internet, I mean, can be a little bit wild sometimes, I guess. Yeah. Well, take it easy. Let's be chill over here. Yes, no problem. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not gonna be snapping on anyone here. So it's too early in the morning. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, over there is too early, right? Over there is over. So maybe it's 10 o'clock now. Depends on your zone, or your time zone, right? I don't know what time it is over there. Yeah. Oh, 8 in the morning over there. Yeah, it's really early. Yeah, over here is 4 p.m. Yes. Here, yeah. That's why you're always... Oh! You're getting ready for work, keys. Makes sense. Yeah. The low poly crew was pretty cool the other day. Yeah, that was an easy to... Oh, yeah, today we're gonna be getting ads on the music. I hope it's not ultra bad. Okay. we're back. Yeah. I just had a little bit of coffee because, well, I had lunch not too long ago. I have lunch kind of late in Spain, usually. You had Spotify, but I'm gonna try to switch to SoundCloud to try it out. I have never used SoundCloud. I guess people that know about music say it's pretty cool. I think I need to apply the mirror here because probably the shadows are gonna be different on each knee, right? Oops. Their mixes are really good, especially their artist mixes something that Spotify doesn't have. I always use YouTube for music for the streams here. I don't pay for Spotify like even on a personal level. I don't have. I never had. I think I never had Spotify Premium. I don't listen to that much music. That's why I never consider it really. It's fun because you always you always get that. It is like this month there is a deal. There is a 50% off. It's ending up now. Get it now. Get it now. And the next month, today, last last minute offer. Get it for free. First month is free. Every month. So I don't know. I have been getting that offer for years now. Okay, so this one I need to unwrap it too. Maybe maybe there is a cool way to make a puzzle with this too. Maybe we can try to hide them here. I hope, well, it is a 4K texture. I hope we can store enough info there. I thought the texture was gonna be only for the cape there, so I never paid too much attention. I was trying to make use of all the info I could get in there. Now I am trying to fit other things in here and well, it's a little bit scuffed. It's funny, they play the same ads over and over again, really. One ad is, pain pills and the other is hospital ads. That's very peculiar. All kinds just of pharmacy ads. I have heard those well pay well, or at least those industries make a lot of money, right? So I think here in Spain, well, no, there's some medicines that can be advertised on TV, but it is not as prevalent as over there, I guess. Yes, some meds can be advertised on TV. I don't know how that whole industry works, but yeah, you have to ask to your doctor anyway, I guess. Well, if it's something mild, like for a mild pain or something, maybe you can get it on the pharmacy. Hydrating a little bit here. Plus you have a million side. Oh, you mean like they have a million side effects? That's oh no. The ads. Oh no. I need to figure this out during the week. Okay. I guess that way we'll get the unwrapping. I hope we'll get enough info there still. So let me go back. And what do we need to bake here to get those details? Let me open the Blender Bakery. Bake. It would be from that face, knee face to knee pad. Knee pad needs to be the active, the other like that. Okay. And what else? Bakery. Bake type normal. Combined. UV roughness emit environment. I guess you can bake more things than that, right? But maybe because this texture is holding normal information, we shall stick to normal. I don't know. Let's try it out. Let's see what happens. Normal. I am baking. Oh, yeah, I'm baking, but I didn't make the materials or anything, so I don't think it's gonna work. So for these faces, let me create. They have the armor thingy. I'm gonna create a new material. Without a name. Okay. Go into the shading tab. Yeah, do they have to read all the side effects at light speed during the ad or something? Like this can cause blah 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 blah. But it will cure your mild headache. Image texture. It has to be the cloak one. You leave it there, you don't connect it. Keep it there. Okay. Back to here. I guess you have to assign the 7 material 7. Assign. That's why they got transparent, I guess. Now, Blender Bakery. Normal, tangent, knee pad, and knee face. Both selected, knee pad active. Bakery, no. No active image found in material armor for object knee pad. Yes, but I am not baking to the armor, right? I mean, I don't want to straight up delete it because I wanted to join the color from there. But worst case scenario, I can delete it, of course. I don't have any issue with that. Select all and assign material 7. Just in case. Maybe I need to move it to slot 1. That could be the case too. Let me see. Yeah, I'm slot 1, material 7. Knee pad. Okay. Seems to check out. Let me do a quick save. Blender Bakery. Normal. Selected to active. Knee face to knee pad. Not active image found in material. Well, I'm getting info here. I got that warning, but I'm getting something here. It is not great, to be fair. This is an issue with the cage still, right? I need to possibly make it bigger. I need to apply transforms. Oh, I need to check the normals. Let me check the normals. Face orientation. This seems legal, even though transparent. And this, I mean, I would say it's legal, right? Knee pad and knee face. Let's try making the... Well, let's start with 0. It's weird that 0.35 didn't work, right? Because it worked for the cloak and this thing too. Maybe I need to apply transforms or something. Let's try the bakery. No active image found in material armor 1. Material armor 1. But we're baking here. This looks pretty. Oh, this is the face itself, right? That's, I guess that's the face. It's a little bit weird. Do I need to unwrap the face? I don't think so, right? And what is this other thingy? And does it work? Let me see. First of all, does it work? If I were to hide you, right? And I were to connect a normal map, shading, material 1, what is going on here? Knee face, oh, knee face has a material. It should not. But I want to check, not knee face, I want to check, let me see. Can I select it here? Knee pad. Okay, I need to add a normal thingy, normal map, connect color to color, normal to normal. Okay, now it should appear in layout. I mean, something is happening there. I don't know what is this thing. I mean, let's see. Knee face. Let me apply transforms and everything because this is peculiar, at least. Object, apply all transforms, did not explode, right? Shall I? They told me it had to stay on the surface, right? Like that. It's probably shaded smooth, right? Difficult to tell, but pretty easy to fix. To make sure. Shade smooth. And this one too. Let's try again, I don't know. Let's see what happens. Knee face and knee pad. Okay. Well, yeah, let's keep it like that so you can see the texture there. Blender bakery. We need 3 buckets for now. Well, 2 buckets. Bake. Bake. No active image found in armor 1. Still saying the same thing. I don't wanna like straight up clear the image, right? we getting to? Is it because is it being baked on the back too or something? That could be the case. It's baking on the back too. Is there an option to only bake on one side or? Let me see the back of this because maybe it looks great. Probably not, but let's see. The front looks scuffed. What about the back? Scuffed too. That's not gonna be seen, but it's not ideal. So maybe you have to bake other stuff. Let me try modifying the cage. Extrusion to 0.5 or something. Let's see what happens. And let me try to guess what's going on with the warning we get. Armor 1 for object knee pad. Yeah, material, we're not using that material, so it is fine. That warning, I think. Okay. That is better. That is almost legal, I would say. I don't know how to fix this, right? That change, how to smooth that. But that is kinda legal. And I don't know, that artifact we got there, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's, well, maybe it unwrapped badly at some point and that error got there and I guess you can remove it here in the texture itself by painting over it, because I don't wanna, here let me see, I don't wanna destroy the whole image, right? Clone, I guess I can I do it with like Alt or something, or Shift? How can I mark? Usually Alt, right? Image paint by options. Usually straight up Alt and you can select, right? Well, I mean, I can do it this way too, because it's a flat color. Can I do eyedropper? Yeah, well, ads on YouTube are a bit rough. Okay. So I cannot eyedropper. It was I think. Well, I can get it from there, I guess. Just straight up paint over that. And let's see if we get that artifact again, or if it was a problem of the cage or something. If we rebake, right, if we bake again, we should have that issue should disappear and should print this again. We probably need to delete this anyway. And maybe we can make this huge, right? Because we only need this. I guess it does not. No, it does matter because it's gonna get information from here. I was gonna make this ultra huge, and I was gonna say it doesn't matter if there is like if this overlaps here, but no, it's gonna try to copy those spikes. We need it to be like that, but maybe they can overlap each other, and I don't mind that because they're gonna be empty. In this T and this T is gonna be empty, so they can overlap probably, and maybe that way we can put them over here. So UV editing, let me move them to stack them. There was an option, right? Well, what is that? Align UVs. Yeah, I guess. So I can try to manually stack them in a way. That way they can overlap over there. There won't be an issue. Those faces are different. These faces cannot touch there. I can probably get it even closer to there. That should be legal, I guess. Worst case scenario, I make them a little bit tinier. That's it. That's a little bit scuffed, but I think it can work. If I were to move it a little bit up, will that work? Okay, let's see. Well, that panel is important. Let's try baking again. New face, new pattern. Shop, 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 shop. The other way. Bakerino. Okay. Okay. Should be done. There they are. Okay. Oh, we still get that artifact there. So it's something that's still here. What is that? I was thinking, is it because the UV unwrap? Is it something that's hidden here? It's not something that's hidden. What is that square? What is that flying square? So sassy. Because I get that there is, well, a gradient here, something that's weird around this with the normals, right? I can understand that maybe, but what's going on there? Let me see. Press 1. There is no flying bird, no flying edge, no flying faces. What is that? That weird artifact. I mean, I can clean the texture, I guess. Like, it's not ultra illegal. Well, and it is red. It is like we're getting the problem, the same problem we're having there. And is it an object that's hidden on the other side or something? May do knee pad, no knee face, object mode, and shift H to isolate. That checks out. Well, it's a mystery, I guess. Let me see the modifiers. We only have a mirror. Everything should be pretty legal, I would say. I don't know how do you do it properly. I mean, Alt H, object mode, Alt H. How do you properly bake this without having to manually clean this other side? You only is there an option to bake only if the normals align or something? Space tangent, space object, plus X, select active, extrusion, cage, cast rays to active object from a cage. I had that deselected. Extrusion, cage extrusion. So you need to actively select this, or this won't work. Maybe just extrude the object instead of doing like a square cage. Who knows? Maybe the cage is just an enlarged object. I don't know. I mean, you can fix this manually, but you should not do that, right? There should be a way to not have to do that manually. So we can clean this. Let's see. You cannot see there, right? But basically going there with a brush to clean that, because we move the UV to the other side. Okay. And I guess, well, the surroundings you can blur, I guess. You can blur it with the brush. I hope there is a better way to do it. There is probably a better way to do it. I don't know about it, but probably exists a way to do it. Here we clear that side, right? The back, we don't need that. This weird artifact, I will try to delete it too. Let me get closer. Okay. It's getting like ultra tiny. And here, I guess you can smudge. Or something. And what can we do with these borders? Blur them, I guess, right? I clear this other one and save. What could that artifact be? I don't know. It's a Blender mystery. Blur. Well, let me save first. You cannot save here. You can save on the other tab, probably. Here. Texture slots. Nope. UV editing. In one of those menus, you could straight up save all images. I guess you can select here and save. That's it. Okay, I think that will do. Okay, so blur, maybe, let me check. Which one is this? Probably this one. But not in the texture. Here, let me see. There, material. If I were to assign a color to this magic material, not for knee face, not for knee face. Maybe I need to remove that material from knee face because it has, let me see, didn't it have some properties like transparency or something? Can I delete you? Okay. Not knee face, but the other. Knee pad. Knee pad does not have materials here. Why is this the case? Knee face. No material. Knee pad. Material 7, okay, material 7 has information there. Armor we don't need, but I have it here to join this color from the armor. We copy that number and we paste it in material 7. Base color, boop, armor, okay. Now we can delete the other, and probably we won't get that warning. Okay, save just in case. And if we were to hide the face, okay, you still get that weird thing around it. Can we smooth that or not? Well, who knows? We can possibly even make that more pronounced, right? Those normals there. But here, let's see. If we were to texture paint, blur, is that noticeable? if I do Control C, can I go back? Yes. Okay, I need to see what I am doing. So, okay, it is not this snippet. So, I was working here. Okay. So, let's check blurring here. That's something. Probably makes it a little bit less obvious that something is going on here. But it is still noticeable, I would say. Maybe you can paint purple all around, right? Because we only need like the holes per se. Everything that's around could be cleared. There won't be any issue, right? But this feels scuffed. Like this should be automated, probably. There is a way to do it. I just don't know about it. But yeah, that feels. I mean, you can save it doing that. That's for sure. It probably won't hurt to have more more geometry in there, but it depends on how clean do you want the mesh, right? Looks clean enough, but if you were to just nip at subdivision but keep it as a modifier without applying, I guess that is legal. That's too much probably, but that's decent. Just keep it there. Okay. Okay, I hope there is a cleaner way to do this. This works, but does not feel good, right? I'm gonna make it more pronounced. Let's see if I can make it. Let me go back to layout. That face. Well, it's kind of deep already, yeah? It's kind of pretty deep already. Yeah, it's kind of deep. We just could not get that much information in there. I don't know if you really need to. Let's watch without the modifier. Yeah, it does not change that much. Is it that it's only recording what's like inside, stuck inside? Shall I stick it in there or something? It's recording this too, right? Because otherwise these flat things around it, they wouldn't show, probably. Huh, that's a mystery. I don't know. Well, let's keep it like this for now. Well, let me help. Well, let me try to fix these flaps in the meanwhile. We'll keep that like that. to member. Let me fix. This is probably a matter of fixing the curve, basically. Fixing the curve. Where he be at? You, Mr. Curve. Where are you? Hide the skirt and this curve. Where are you? Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. You are adapting pretty well to the curve, but the curve, it is a little bit illegal, mister. Let me tell you. Is there a way to smooth them? I am sure. I'm sure there must be a way, right? You can smooth birds, right? Or something. No, maybe not. Smooth curve tilt, smooth curve radius. No, that's not. Oh, can you? No. I was gonna say, can you play with a little modifier box on the corner? Not really. The tilt, that did nothing. Smooth per se. What did that? I guess. But can you do it multiple times? Yes. Okay, try to center it a bit better. Okay, that's approaching legality. It's not symmetrical, but it works in a way. Okay, show me the skirt. Low body cloth. I call it low body cloth. Okay. Okay. Pretty legal, I would say. Maybe you can increase the curvature here. Something like that. Okay. Cool. Hide the curve. Untargetable, hide. Okay. You can really tell those faces are special, let's say. The face, yeah, for now you are gonna be hidden. Yeah, well. Let's see. I think we can. Yeah, we really need to decide where those legs go and where the armor goes. But we probably can complete this model without actually doing textures, right? We can bake a lot of information there with geometry into the textures and keep a clean mesh and not have drawn textures. I'm gonna complete the eye here. Let me show the references. Let me see. references. Boop. Okay. Gonna make the eye the rest of the eye. Well, I can move this a little up. Okay. Maybe it won't hurt to do a little bit of let's see this X-ray. What is the eye? Ah, it's called pupil. Should be like over there. Careful with the... I guess that's decent enough. Yeah. And for the rest, how should I do the rest? We can do it with a plane, basically, right? Simple plane. And well, you can round it a bit, those corners or something. Let's see. Rotate X90 GC DX. It's like it's mirror around here, right? But can you do a mirror that flips at the same time? I'm gonna do that last. First of all, I'm gonna do just one of the sides. I guess you can put these corners in place. Make sure to snap them. Okay. Well, we need more loops. I guess that's legal because it's gonna be hidden. And to round it, or subdividing, I mean, probably, well, I guess this is this cleaner? I don't know, possibly. It's not a very clean mesh anyway, but oh no, I'm messing up. I am deviating there from the shape. I guess that's decent enough. You can extrude that and you kinda cut the shape, and now we're gonna do another for there. Okay. Let me select this face. Two faces here, 1 and 2. Shift D. GC. Or what? Okay. Reshape. It's a bit difficult to see what's going on. Which edge is try to mark the air quotes corners, let's say. Let me see. Let's say over there and over there, something like that. You could move this up. And what about the top one? You could do okay, let's see. Okay, and with that, can you mirror it while inverting? Mirror using that eye, but axis flip. Let's see. Solid without X-ray. Can you do it like that? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's inconvenient. Well, at least enable mirror. Yeah, along the x-axis should be. I don't know what I'm not seeing it here. There, okay. Flip. You cannot flip without bisecting. What is bisecting exactly? Has to be around the x. Okay. Bisect distance. Mirror U, mirror B. Okay. And this is for the UVs or what? Yeah, texture. Okay. Probably we don't want to touch that axis. It's mirroring, but can you mirror? Yeah, but without doing the double, right? I guess you can manually do it to flip around the X, right? Or what? It's not doing much, to be fair. Nope, it's not getting what I mean. I mean, with a mirror like this, I can flip this anyway. Okay, first of all, again, let's extrude. Oh, well, that's inconvenient. Move to the front. Okay. And extrude. Something like that. Okay, you're connected. Okay. I need the material from the eye. Not the eye per se, but the pupil maybe. Is it this one? Probably. Is it not named? Probably. Does it have a mission? A little bit of... Yes, this is it. Okay. So... oh, you're transparent. You're transparent. Why exactly? Probably... Do you have faces? Well, I started with a plane. You have flipped normals. Understandable. Flipperino. Okay. That's better. Shade smooth. Cool. Well, it wouldn't hurt to have a bit more geometry there. Maybe I went a bit. First of all, let me invert you. Well, let me put you in place. The pupil too. Pupil, you need to move a little so you are visible. I will fix you later. Well, later is now. Rotate you a little. Cool. Now you need to be aligned. Can I do it? Set origin to center of mass. Well, that's legal enough. There. Okay, and you align to active. To active. Object transform. Align selected to active. But you didn't even ask me. You did not even ask me the direction. Where are you? Where do you be at? Okay. No. It is fine. You stack them together. It is fine. Okay. Now, I have to move you up. Move you to the front a little. Okay. Probably need to rotate you. But now that we are here, well, okay, I need to apply the mirror to make you independent. Okay, I will select you, put there, and do S C -1 to flip you. GC, something like that. Okay. And we need to fix this. Where is the origin? No. Set origin. Center of mass. I didn't like what happened there. Set origin to center of mass. Why would that make you, or deform you. Why would that deform you? It does not make sense to me. I mean, I can make you independent, but well, you're still rotating properly, so it is what it is. No problem then. They are kind of aligned. They don't need to be perfectly aligned. They just need to be properly positioned here around the eye. Let me see. Alt F. Alt N, sorry. And probably it's not a matter of flipping, it's a matter of recalculating the outside possibly, but as long as it works, flipping works. Okie dokie. Pretty legal, but let me see. Yeah, material preview. G Y. Thank you. GY. So I guess that works. Could be rotated a bit more, I guess. And this one on top, I need to hide. Well, bend these faces a bit. Deselect that. G, Y, and I guess that is legalish. This could adapt so much more. Shrink wrap is an option. A dangerous one, but an option. Did I shrink wrap this? I don't think so. Should I have shrink wrap that? Possibly, probably. I feel like an eye makes sense. If it feels like a good occasion to use a shrink wrap, but because it can be so hit or miss, I have my reservations. Okay. Well, I hope nobody is gonna go in there to see what's going on with that pupil. This really, let me see. Will this be that illegal? Usually apply all transforms, right? Apply all transforms before doing this, or face the consequences of your own actions. Yeah, like like those consequences. Nearest project. Beautiful shrink wrap. Beautiful. Let's be good here. Let's be good to the blendies, because let's apply all transforms. Okay, and to this thing too. Apply all transforms. Now there is a possibility of this working. Yeah, it works better, right? It's weird. You can offset. You can offset it a bit. Let me see. Okay, let me try to offset the other way, maybe. Okay. There you are. Is it that much better than before? I would argue it's a bit weirder. Is it adapting to the shape? Probably, because the shape, I guess, was weird to begin with. Yeah, look, the shape is not ideal. And the shrink wrap is doing a decent job, I would say. Yeah, it's adapting to the shape. Sadly, but it is. I guess it clips over there. I guess, well, we have to deform the eye per se, probably. This curvature, we have to get it. I will hide the shrink wrap. Let me do this manually, but we need to change. Oh, why did this happen? Why is it beveling there? It's probably because I have it by angle. Yeah, angle. Probably need to do it by weights, but do I have the weights marked? Think for this one I don't. Or did this disconnect here? Possibly not, right? But, well, I need to select these faces. Well, give me a second because I'm peeing myself. I need to go to the toilet. Coffee goes in, coffee needs to go out. So give me a little second, please. Our work computer was right. I'm back. Well. Yeah, let's do this by weight, or just try our luck with the angle, adjusting the angle here. Oh no, don't change it, but by point something degrees. Well, just select these faces, this loop of faces. They don't exist. It's because of the solidify. So these edges, then mark this edge loop. Okay, good enough. And bevel weight, and here, well, they are different objects, so do it with weight. That's it. Well, now it's ignoring this, but is it good enough? Probably. Oof. What? Why do you have the eye material? You should not. No. You don't. You are just becoming transparent. Then should you actually be a little bit beveled? Well, you can just move that edge a little. But I don't want it to be that spiky. It was a little bit too much. So maybe move it a little bit more to the front. Only this, maybe this part, and that's it. Something like that. Is it said it's smooth? It is. It's a little bit. Little bit peculiar. Not very round. Well, it does not have the geometry to be. Needed one more bird in there to be rounder. So maybe it was better with angle. Sorry, angle. It is easy to fix, no problem. Let's fix the eye. And what's happening there with that face? Is it from the body? I think the body is clipping through there. So you need to move to the front a little. Okay. You too. Let's see. Not that much. Okay. Here, this loop. Okay. That would be it. Let's see if it matches. Why can't we see wireframe here? Oh. Pupil and plane. I will combine them because otherwise it's gonna get too messy. At least the pupil and this should be combined. Okay, something like that. Probably need to readapt it. Well, I guess we were kind of lucky. Maybe here you can push it a bit more. but it does not create that shadow there. That shadow. Well, it's gonna create it anyway because it goes from the top to the bottom, so I guess there is no way around that. Okay, and with the light, is that legal or what? Well, computer is suffering a lot. It is legalish. Let me change. Can I change to EV and only change 2 cycles when we need? Probably yes, right? Yeah. Now with EV we can live here. It is fine. But I need. What can we do here? Shall I do a subdivision? It's gonna destroy my mesh. Well, it could have been worse. Could have been worse. But now I cannot join them together. Okay, I will work with these materials, make them more metallic. The reference is not that. Let me hide. No, for the cape I'm gonna create another shape there. To hide the, how do you say it? I always say that it looks like a cheese slice or something. With the light you cannot tell, but here you can tell. Well, first of all, let me hide the high poly. The high poly thingy, I'm gonna create first of all a new. These remeshes, they should never show in the render. One of these was the ultra high poly. I'm gonna create a new collection. Okay, move everything there. Well, I can get rid of them, to be fair. But well, I am. I have. How do you say it? It is like. How do you call these people that cannot get rid of stuff? It's like I'm collecting digital trash here, sadly. The knee face. We don't. Do we need the face in this collection? Not really. It's here to give. It is useful, but let's say high poly. High poly thingies, the knee face. Shall I? Oh, I need to make the wall too, right? To a plane. Yes. Okay, I can do that. These are almost in the brink of being deleted. Maybe you can keep the highest poly one, but highest poly one, the remesh, the cloak, high poly. Get rid of that. Well, move it here, right? High poly. This has right to exist. The knee face too. What else? Just her high poly. This is already a remesh, so it's not that high poly. Here I can delete this one. Bye bye. This is a retopo. This is the ultra high poly. This is 4K. This is high poly is already a remesh. Cloak high poly in face. The wool too. The wool. Let's keep it here, but we are gonna bake it. We're gonna bake it. Let's see. Can we get rid of something else? The curves. The curves can go to that collection. It's not high poly or anything, but they need to get. I need to get them out of my mind here. Body, the bolt, the card handle, flapperinos, dangly plates. Okay. Oh, flip. And the bevels. All the bevels need to be baked, right? Oh no. So I really need to unwrap everything. Like, I don't need to manually do or paint every texture, but I need to bake all the information there in the textures. And oh, I need to do the person medallion, and I need to write that, or well, we can model it too and bake it. I can model that. It's pretty simple. This plane is part of the pupil. Let's see, pupil reflection or something. It has those two subdivisions in there, that's why I'm not merging them, but they should be merged, to be fair. Let's see with the materials if we can. Yeah, we need to watch this original, not the not this figurine, but the original thing from the series. Why? Because you can see there the materials. The figurine is fine, but it has flat colors, right? So here we need to deviate a bit and adapt more to the original, because that's probably cooler. So we can see here that the eye has emission, but not only the pupil, but the eye per se has emission. I would say, or well, or this has so much emission, because I would say this is radial, right? It is like higher in the center, and it does not have that much emission there on these sides. I don't know. Can you do that with a gradient? Maybe with weight or something? That would be cool. Can we do that? Material. This eye. Let's see. Base color. Hey, banana! You can make a texture for that. I guess I can. I was trying to avoid to paint texture, you know. So, yeah, I wanted some emission in there, I guess. I had it for the center of the eye. I changed to EV because my computer is happier. I can do like this and it's not angry at all. Look. Welcome back, by the way. I was trying to bake these faces here, and I kinda did, but it's not perfect. I mean, I can manually clean this up all the way around, cleaning the texture, with, well, we don't need anything here in the outside, so I can paint it, I guess, manually. But isn't there a way to do it properly, automatically? And I got a tiny artifact that I deleted too. I don't know. And I was not able to bake more depth than this, even though the original face is significantly more deep than what we can get in there, right? At least we got something. I mean, it works, but could be better. I can manually clean the outside, right? I can delete everything with a purple brush and only keep the centers. That works. I was gonna do dents. Did you have the material on it? I had the material on the receptor, right? There isn't supposed to be any borders like that. I had material on this sphere. It has the material 007 there, was the receptor of that. But this thing, this face, I think it does not have a material in there. It used to have a weird transparent material, I think. It does not have currently any material. Yeah, I don't know why the bakery decided to do that. The weird material was the whole point. Oops, I deleted that. Oops. Is that automatic? To bake normals so they blend smoothly. Yeah, I thought I never created this weird material. Delete. Interesting. How do you create that weird material again? Just by selecting it, it's automatically created for you. Possibly. Let me go to the bakery. Render engine, I will need to change to cycles here. Isn't it still there in the memory? Ah, possibly. I think it was one of the first ones. Let me see. It's probably, I think it was called material 01 or something. Yeah, I guess it is this one. The one it had before. Transparent. I think it was this one. Let me apply it. Just in case. Can you check? Yes, sir. Look. This is what was in there. I never created this. That's why I thought. Geometry light path, add transparent mix shader, the principal BSDF, and the output. Backfacing and transparent depth is combining those. It is from this. Let me see. Blender secrets. Blender secrets? Oh, maybe we did following that tutorial. Oops. Yeah, maybe we did create it even. Yes. Maybe Pascoke made this. But is this perfect? Backfacing transparent must add value transparent shader mix shader principal GGX. It has GGX. Where is GGX? Why don't I have GGX? I guess maybe it's an older thing. I don't see GGS here. Maybe it was an old thing. No, GGS, specular, multi-scatter GGS. Just try baking it. Okay. Let's try the bakery now. Okay. Bakery with cycles though. Bake from to active. This is, I'm not sure if I need to enable cage here. It has extrusion. That extrusion I suppose is for the cage because it says case extrusion. But do I have to select this? Well, let's try baking. Let's see what happens. Circular dependency for image cloak. Yeah, I got this artifact there before too. And this is because it's baking the back face too. Like it's baking through the object. Here you get it too. Look, there is the face too. Well, the opposite, right? And this, well, I got them before. I just deleted them with a brush. Or the normals flipped. Well, I don't really know what to tell you. Look at them. Let me show them to you. Like these sides, the sides that you see, they are not flipped. I wouldn't say that they are flipped. I would say that's legal. Maybe you have to move them out more, possibly. How can I do that? Let me see. Okay, with G. Can I do... I am moving both at the same time. You can resize, I guess. They are merged. What do you mean merged? I mean, they are independent objects. The three of them are combined into one, and they are mirrored. They went a little bit inside the object, yeah. because I think we were using a shrink wrap or something. Perhaps could have just used the local axis to move them away if they weren't together. Yeah, I was trying to, I mean, I could have used the GYY or something like that, but I was not seeing the axis. G, Y, Y, or maybe with a gizmo or something. But yeah, maybe having them combined, right, it creates this direction, so it does not change. I can apply the mirror. Probably I need to apply the mirror, right? Because I want different shadows there too. I apply the mirror for the knee pad just for that reason too, to have a different UV unwrapping. Because the shadows are gonna be different there than here. So I thought it made sense. So I need to do that for those faces probably. Shall I apply? The only thing is that maybe now they are part of the same object still. This one kinda works. But not really. And with a gizmo, well, you need to move the origin probably, or use a 3D cursor perhaps. That's why I resorted to scaling, because scaling will separate them, even though will make them slightly bigger, but it will separate them proportionally using that dot over there. Okay, let's try that again. Are the knees mirrored? I have applied the modifier and UV unwrap them differently. Like those are the UVs, this one and this one. I stack them like that because these faces don't get info, so they could be stacked. This one and this one are gonna be getting the information, so they could be more on top of each other, to be fair. But I decided, well, maybe for now keep them like this. There, like that. And this artifact, I don't know what it is. That artifact over there. I checked for wild birds, I checked for wild edges or faces or something. There was nothing there. But you get that artifact. Well, let's try a bake again. Cycles. Let's try it without the cage. circular dependency, I probably need to disable the node because it is connected currently. So maybe I can. That way there is no circular dependency. Let's see. And then I will, yeah, now there is no circular dependency. Now I will check with the cage enabled. Let's see. It didn't change at all. So let's see if we select the cage object. Maybe no object. Or we need to select the same object. Or maybe that's an option if you wanna. You don't need a cage, okay. Just sphere. And if we do 0, I did 0 before. Maybe I need to clean it first. I think I got something milder in there too. Probably should bake one at a time. Okay. Shall I separate them then? Okay. No problem. B. And U2. Select L, P. Okay. Now you should be independent, right? Yes. So you and you. Let me clean this texture just in case, because I now rebaked and I can see here like something different, right? Like, or I guess when you do 0 you get this ultra strong. I think that is the case actually. Texture. Let me clean this with the brush, because now we are not. Let me save just in case. Because now we are not, and save the image. We are not redoing the image every time, right? Try to keep it as clean as possible. Let's see again. Back to layout. Let's do a bakerino with you and you. Bake. Let's go. Baking map. Okay. So we got this. We are missing one eye. And on the other is working properly, but it should never be there. They're still clipping through the knee. Slightly. Should they be completely... Let me see. I can move it out. G. Floaters should be above the mesh. Okay, now they are not touching. They are floating. Big floating. Okay, I should have probably moved them at the same time. You and you and you. GY. the sides are not touching. Okay, I would say now nothing is touching, I would say. Well, I think this sphere has a subdivision that was never applied, so look at that, they were touching. You and you. This is gonna be a scuff for the other. I guess. Okay. That should be legal, right? You and you. You and you. Bakery. Bake. Let's see what we get there. I don't see anything. Let me clear this. Well, we got one. The wrong one, basically. At least it's kinda working. The unintended way. But maybe it's a matter of flipping it. The cage too. This one worked for the other. Duplicate the knee. To create the cage object. Is it not automatic? With extrusion. Because that seemed to work for the cape. Let's see if that works. Does it change? Look at that. It worked. I mean, extrusion is the same thing, I guess, right? But it does it for you and you don't have that messy object in there. Cage is like manual. Okay. Yeah, basically what it's doing is shifting this object and resizing it a bit. Or well, extruding in the normal, right? We got that one, but we still have the wrong side and the scuffed edges. Is achieved by making the back faces transparent and by mixing geometry and light path nodes. How does it look rendered? I scuffed. Look. Well, let's see, because maybe now it's better. What is going on here? Sorry. Cycles is not great in my PC. Why? Ah, sorry, I disconnected the node. Yeah, looks like that. I mean, it's fine, but not really. Like, if you clean this with a brush, it will look fine. But there has to be a way to do this better, right? Change to non-color. What is non-color? In material, you mean? To be white. Image node. Let me see. Non-color. The color space here. Or only alpha? No, it has to be color, right? Color space. Non-color. Oh. Oops. What about the back face? We lost it. And the texture now looks a bit different too. Less blue. Ah, really? If I do sRGB, is it still there? No. No. You're right. It did not save. Good catch. Rebake. Save the image and switch to non-color. No valid selected. Oh, my bad. Knee face there. You and you. Bakerino. Sorry for the circular dependency because they are connected. It's able to bake anyway, so okay, baked. I'm gonna save the image. Save. Now change shading to non-color. Non-color. Switch here. It is saved. Let me hide any face. It is still scuffed. And the back. It is still scuffed. Why is it green? This one is green. I don't know, because it is flipped, right? I don't know. It happened here with the cloak when the cage could not catch it properly. So maybe you can catch it like enlarging the cage or something, but it is going through, right? It is this face here. It should not be there to begin with. I don't know what could be the issue here. What's the scale of the object? I apply all transforms, I think. Let me see. Maybe not. Yeah, one. One for the sphere. Let me see the face. 106. Oh, well, when we scale it, right? When we scale it, might... Why is it? Ah, it's there because... Yeah, sorry. Because I moved the sphere to the front to check the back. Okay. The sphere is 1. The other, well... Yeah, right, we should apply this thing. Apply all transforms. When I moved it, I scaled it. You're right. So let's try again. Bake. Don't see a change. Let me, just in case, clean it and redo it. Okay. Save. Both scales should be 1. Okay, bake. Oh, is this a problem? Disabling render? Just in case. Bake again. Gives the same result. Let me remove the circular dependency here. Okay. Clear the image. Save. To do it as clean as we can. Layout. Bake. I mean, that's what we get. Probably we need to check that tutorial, the one that goes in more detail. Make sure the origin is at the bottom. Ah. No, that was to... I think that was just to shrink wrap it or to place it on top of. I guess, yeah, I guess this was to snap to the face, basically. I don't think this is gonna change it, right? No. What material does the knee have? The knee. Let me show you. It's, I guess it's a normal material with the color. Look. Knee pad. A normal material with the gray tone. I only changed the color, I think. And here in the shading tab, this is it. Has the texture, the normal map, and nothing is connected yet because to avoid the circular dependency. Does it check out? Does it check out? Does it need something special? The floater need that whole node system, but do the receptors, the knees per se, need a special node system? Maybe they need the same system as the other. Do they need to be part of the same object? Probably not. No, because he has here floater, object floater, mesh plane, material floater. And the material floater has this node setup, this special node setup. I guess I'm gonna baking floaters to normal maps. I'm gonna check this other video. Let's see. Okay, he does the cage manually, I guess. Because it should look seamless in cycles now. Do I have? Let me see if I have cycles here. Yeah, I have cycles. But, you know, that's how it looks. I don't know, he's using the duplicate cube, I guess. Can see with the wireframe, sorry. Do I need to hide the object per se? It can stay there, I guess, right? It should become transparent. Well, it's not connected. The nodes are not connected. The shading, this one. Cloak the texture, color to color, normal to normal. Maybe I need to check something here, something else. Yeah, but that's how it looks. They are not transparent. They are there. Yeah, I don't know why. Does it have the material, the special material applied? I think so. Is it because they are a different color? Should they be the same color? Because maybe they are white by default and I change this to gray. Maybe that's a problem. This is material 001. I can try changing the color. Let's see. Let's see. Where he be at? Material. No, maybe we lost the option to set a color. Well, it is in non-color, right? We selected non-color. But for which one though? Shading, material 001. Oh, base color. Here we can change the color to gray. Just the normal map. Okay, so I need to put the gray color here. Just disconnect the normal map. It was all F's. Don't change the transparent. Okay. Maybe the base. That's great. Okay. And disconnect the normal map, you said. For the other object here, for the knee pad. Knee pad. Disconnect the normal map. Some faces disappeared, I guess. The back face, I am not seeing the back faces from the side. Can you tell? Doesn't look like in the video. Yeah. In the video, they seem amazing. They are in place, they are beautifully snapped. Flash to the thingy. That is not the case here. At least something is transparent there. Something wrong with the notes. Let me check. Geometry and light path. Back facing and transparent depths. They are combined with math add. That you told me it could probably be add because math add does not exist anymore. We get add shader. And that's it. Why don't we get another add like this one? Add shader. No, it is blue like this one. Vector math. Vector math or math? Math. What does the other do? Let me see. To see it's different. Is it different? Math. Vector math. is not vector, it is value. Okay, so it is correct. Transparent BSDF, white. Okay, base color, principled BSDF without BSDF is connected here to mix shader, fuck to value, fuck is face maybe, or what is fuck factor, and blend weight to use. Okay, these two shaders are connected the same way. Principal BSDF, though we don't know what's going on here. He has GGX there in a thingy. We got multi-scatter GGX here, for example. I guess, no, GGX, normal GGX. Maybe that was it. Okay, and the shader. To surface or to volume. No, it is connected to surface. Okay, is it different now? Let me see in cycles. Oh, that was it, eh? Maybe that was it. GGX instead multi-scatter. Let me see from the front. Well, it's scuffed, but better. Okay, we might be up to something here. Let me connect the node. Do a quick save in case of explosions. Sorry. It is scuffed. And you don't get to see the sides. They are floating in the air. So we are not there yet. Do I need to disable the object and watch it like this? Here I see nothing. Only with this material we see nothing in cycles. With that texture, nothing is there. With the floaters, you see something. So should we bake now? Will the result be different? Possibly. Possibly. I don't know about the non-color thing. So let's see. Bakerino. Circular dependency. Ah, you're right. Still connected. We got the same result. Same result. You always use non-color with normals. Okay. Otherwise they will look broken. Got it. Shall we do zero extrusion? Zero extrusion. Probably need to. Oops. With zero extrusion, the extrusion will lose the proper phase. I get the scuffed one. And we lost the decent one. If I can follow the other video, I don't know. The duplicate. So select this, duplicate it, and what has to be unwrapped? The duplicate or the cage? Okay. How can I give you the node from here? Image texture. Well, I can do it from here. Nipato image texture, I guess this one, right? New texture called normal map. What would be the texture, the cloak? Okay. Extrusion. And you copy that. So you copy this value here, 0.311. It was pretty. I was guessing I was doing like 0.35. It was pretty close actually. Okay. Select all the floaters. The cube and the what? No, yeah, we were selecting the floaters to be fair. Yeah. select all the floaters, also the cube in the outliner. So that's the floaters, the knee pad, flip, the knee pad, and okay, control and the duplicate, flip, what I guess here, okay, to make it active. I guess you have to unwrap the duplicate. I don't know. And you don't have to select cage or anything. Maybe because it's a curved surface, it's not working. Let's see, I don't know. Look, it did it. This one is perfect, and these others are scuffed. With a cage. Only the I unwrap it, well, using the original. I don't know. I don't know why that one worked and not the other. I mean, it was useful to get this value exact, the one from the scale of the cage. I selected the cage, man. I created the duplicate. I selected the floater, the original, that's unwrapped, and the cage, that's enveloping everything. Being the cage, the active one. With control. And I baked this, and it did it well. It's still kinda not, it is not perfect for these other floaters, right? But for the central one it's perfect. I mean, I can work with this. Let me do it on the other one. Let me do it again. But I didn't do anything too crazy. I don't know if... Shall I delete that? Hide this. Guess you can join them. But whatever. Just in case, because it's kind of a delicate process. Let me connect this node now. Knee pad, color, and normal. Do you work? I mean, I would still come here and delete the stream, but maybe if you make the cage bigger. Let me try that. Let's see. Can we get the cage? Nipad 002 needs to appear there. There. Okay. Can I make this even bigger? Okay, and copy that. Well, let's make it 33. Okay, and bake this. Point 33 extrusion. Okay, and you select the original knee-pad, the face, and with control for last, the cage. You bake with the same extrusion. Let me delete it first. I guess there is circular dependency now again, because no, because I went back, so it is detached again. So let's see. Yeah, I get no warning. It's baking. I don't know if you need to unwrap the big one though. Maybe you need to unwrap the big one. I don't know. It is better already, but let me unwrap the big one and see what happens. Okay. This is the cage. Maybe because it is a duplicate, so it's automatically already unwrapped. I guess that's why it worked. Okay. Well, that's the best I can get. I'm gonna delete the cage. Hide that. Get the other one. Okay, select you, Shift D, go back, origin to the center of the volume, scale you. Why are your dimensions scuffed already? Let me see, knee-pad 001, the original. Probably had transforms not applied, so that's Scaffarino. Knee-pad 002. Apply transforms before, apply. Scale you to cover. Set origin to the volume. Scale you until you cover all of them. That's, well, no. I was checking the dimensions there. Let's do 1.33. Okay. And we select the same. Okay, original, knee face, and holding control, the cage. Don't know why you don't hit this, but okay. I can try both. Okay. Well, let's do it with a cage. Let's see what happens. Cage object, and we select it. Maybe that way you don't have to select it there with control, because cast cage object, this cast raise to active object from a cage. I guess you can do it with select control, or you just do knee face. I guess it's the same. Knee face, original, and if you do cage object and select cage, you don't need to control select that, and you hit bake. Let's see the other face. scuffed. This is scuffed. So maybe no Cajerino. No Cajerino. So we're gonna go back and we're gonna do it the new way. So knee face, knee pad 2 with holding control, no cage object, extrusion 033, bake. If this works, it's a Blender mystery. It works. It is a Blender mystery. Why does this method work? Why using a proper cage does not work? But this works. Okay. GG. Holy flip. I guess we can clean this so much more now, right? I will keep this. Yes, I don't exactly know why, but yes, it works. If it works, it works. Don't ask difficult questions. I guess I can stack these too, right? I can really grow the UVs and have them in whatever. Well, we can make use of this rim or something, right? And maybe make them bigger, because the rest we don't. Well, let me see the original model, because I would like to add a few dents, cuts into the armor. I would like to bake them probably. Let me see the model. Okay. Oops, sorry. Okay, these ones are clean. They don't have dents or anything, but these ones do. There is a little dent there, a bash, and a cut here, and another cut there. We can model them. You can use average island scale in UV edit, so they are proportional. Let me see, UV edit. We need the objects selected. That's the original nipple. So I can possibly delete this cage. Delete. Material. Okay. Is it not connected? That's probably the case. Select the cape too. The cape. Select them 3. But I will need to rebake the cape, right? The texture is forever scuffed. And the chest. And here they should appear, the UVs. I don't know why they are not showing. And I need the arrow, right? There they are. I guess you can average the UV islands. I need to rebake, that's the only thing, right? Average UV islands is native Blender. You can do it to just check the scale and undo it. Where is it? UV average island scale based on the area. Well, there is not that big of a change, huh? It is not that big of a change. On the right. Yeah. That's fine. Let me show you. A little bit better there. It's not that big of a deal. I can change, for example, I can scale up these ones because most of it is empty. So we only need a few faces here, and I'm gonna keep them. I'm gonna use this side here because I don't think I can get that much info there, right? Okay, it is kind of fine, yeah. It's because I did it this way because I thought it was only gonna be like a 4K texture for the cape, and it is what it is. That's why I put it there in the middle. I should have put them or here, for example, to use it better. Scale them up a little bit. Yeah, these ones, because we saw that the average thingy prefer them a bit bigger. So maybe we can do something like that. We need to avoid getting into the cape territory here. Oops, sorry. Because this change. Sorry. LL scale. Okay. And let's see which are the faces that got the info. This one and this one. Those are the only ones that need to really exist, to be fair. The others can be even compressed in there. They don't really need to exist. These faces do, though. Let me see. Can you literally squeeze the rest, or will it destroy? Oh, they are getting no info really. So if you align or something, will that squish or straight or rectify? Maybe straight. You could just split them. Select. You mean cut a perfect seam here, all the way around. Cut it and wrap it again, for example. Or I think you can split here. Yes, if I remember. Can you split like using B or something? There was a way. I remember. Control. Split. Alt-M. Selection. Okay, cannot split selection when sync enable. Okay, don't worry. Without sync. The other one. Okay. Oof. It's a little... No, it's because I scaled. I think that's because I scaled. Split. Selection. Now what? This is not very split. Let's see. Yeah, not very split. Split selection. Now, okay. So I can have you over here maybe, and the rest you can be L. You can, as far as I know, you can be literally that, or even less. And the other, you are the important one. Split selection G, stack it like over there, and you can be minimal and leave over there maybe. Select the other. Okay. Well, these two maybe you can align UVs, for example, and you. What is the other? And you and you align you. No, not align. Well, I can align you and separate you. Align UVs. Can I get the same? Not really. Can I scale you to be the same without align seam? Normalize. Oof. Not really. Well, I can do it manually, I guess. Okay. Cool. Okay. I need to separate you. I will get you like maybe over there. Now select only one of you. Okay. GY. Sheesh. Where are you connected there? It's just a misclick on my part. Probably. Yes, okay. I guess. And clean the rest. This. Sure. And UV unwrap again. Keeping the cages would have been a wonderful idea. I have one, I guess, or maybe not. No, probably not. Okay, I know this by heart, so select you, Shift D, keep you there. So open the scale, select them all, 1.33. Move the origin first to the center of mass. 1.33. Okay, that's it. And you can bake now. There is knee face, knee pad, right? Yeah, and this one. Bake. Okay. I will keep a collection with the cages just in case we need to rebake, because oof, they went a little into the cave. That's illegal. And here they don't really, you know, went a little bit. It's probably not terrible or anything, but Do I need to apply the scale or something? I modify the texture and you're not going back. You're not reverting. What's the 16 pixel border? Is it like so that they don't bleed? Is it automatically added? Will that destroy my cape a little bit? It should be a little tiny detail here. It's probably not noticeable, right? It's probably here. I don't see it. Yeah, you can set it yourself. Where is that option? In the baking. Ah, here, margin 16 pixels. Oops. Is it good to leave a little bit of margin, right? Because I have seen it bleed sometimes. Let me see. How does the UVs work? Like, how does this UVs for the cape look? Right. It is legal. Hey, it is legal. It is legal. I guess all of them are having that into account, right? They maybe extend a little bit more, you know, just in case. Okay, we're good. I'm gonna save the cage nipad. I'm gonna say nipad.r cage. Shall I join the nipads? It was probably, yeah, we can probably do them at the same time. Shift E. It was fine to separate them in the beginning because we didn't know what was going on really. So set origin to volume, scale 1.33 to cover everything. Let me check with them without the other modifier. Yeah, it is covering everything. Okay, so nipad that one, the face, okay, and the cage with control, and bakerino. Okay, baking. There it is, our new face. Okay, gonna save the image for good measure here. Save. Okay, save the file just in case. You'll have to see that. Okay, and I'm gonna organize this. Nipad and nipad. The originals I'm gonna join. Control J. Nipad cages. I'm gonna call them nipad cages and control join. Nipad cages, you go to the shadow realm here. It's called high poly, but well, it is the trash can basically. And you don't appear in the render or anything. You have a subdivision modifier that I'm gonna turn off too. It can live there, but and this knee face, okay, these knee faces I'm gonna join. Knee face and knee face the other way around, so we keep this name. Control join knee face and targetable, and don't appear in the render or anything. Okay. And now I'm gonna connect the nodes for this. UV editing, no, shading, color, normal, layout. Okay. As I said, you can clean the borders. Very fine. Okay, and the faces are done. And what should we do with the bevels, my friend Banana Giga Chat? Because the bevel information should be kept in the texture, right? To be able to not apply the bevel. So how can we do that? The same way with the normals, making normals. This part is kind of ready. Same thing. So we need to UV unwrap. I have already marked seams for everything, but I need a legality check. If you don't mind, let me check. How can we say it without transparency? Solid. Don't have X-ray. It's only in edit mode. It's looking like this. Maybe here wireframe. No. Is it an option? Are the normals flipped or something? Should not be the case. Should not be the case. Object. Viewport display. I don't know why they are transparent now. Yeah, armor, this material is not transparent. That's why it looks like that. But in edit mode, it becomes transparent. Blender mysteries. So I was completely cutting a few faces, and they probably should not be. Let's see how this unwraps, for example. Well, maybe we can get a few of these in this texture too. Perhaps. Getting a bit cramped, but what kind of, how much info? No, we need all the bevels. We need all the bevels. So we need the whole thing. It's kinda cramped. We can create another one, right? Is that legal? Do we have permission for the accessories? Permission granted. Neon 4K. Okay. Armor. Save. Armor. Yes, yes. Okay. Let's see how this unwraps. Armor. Ultra scuffed, I would say. Unwrap. Okay, that's kinda better. It has one mirror for the other, right? It's a mirror because it had two mirrors in the beginning, but I managed. Yeah, I applied one to be able to edit a bit better because it has to adapt to the leg, and I probably should rotate it a bit. You can also use the grid texture to make sure the texel density matches with the rest of the model. Grid texture. You mean the ability, what we did before, right? It was not normalized, it was UV, average island scale. Select the others. Probably not, because it modifies all of them, right? But grid texture. Ah, you mean... Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Yeah, you mean the checkers. Yeah, the checkers. Yeah. I think I have an add-on for that. It's a modifier. Oof. I am not an enjoyer of this. Check. No, I don't have it there. I think, was it in UINet? It was text tools here. A checker map. There it is. That is the modifier. Checker map. I need to do it for everything. All. Remove it. Select all the model. hold the model, text tool, checker map, boom, there it is. They should be similar, right? Well, those got away. What else? Am I missing something? Maybe not. Try to match the cape, I guess. That density. This one is huge. These ones, they don't probably, this leather thing, because it's the same material, I think we're fine with applying a material to them. They don't have, well, do they have bevels though? Yeah, they do. So I didn't say anything. Sorry. Checker. So we need to start unwrapping everything, right? And yeah, little by little. Well, they are kind of big, right? They are kind of huge. Well, they are kind of similar to the cape, or kind of being the important part. Let's see. Well, whatever. High polish can be hidden little by little. Knees, knee pad, and they are the proper ones. I don't know why does it look like this. Well, maybe because there is a white face, what we have there. The rest is basically not there because I made it ultra small, because it does not have info really. I don't know if that is very legal, but okay, we're gonna do this part now, right? So how can we do this? This is the unwrap. Shall we really split in the middle? Not really. We probably don't need to split. You can, I guess, but maybe it makes more sense, but it's not. It's a very sharp edge though. But maybe you can clear that. Unwrap could not solve any island. Why did you not clear? Ah, clear sharp. Clear seam. Okay. But you need to cut from the sides there. All around, I guess. Mark that. Let's see how that looks. Unwrap. There. Okay, that's more recognizable there. You get this face on top. Shall it be separate? Possibly. Possibly. What is this thing? That. That part. And why is the other not identical? Has that face cut? that is probably, this was my mistake. This probably should be cleared. You can cut the base, I guess. Is the base marked? Yes. One edge and the base. Let me hide the body because I cannot see anything there. Okay. And maybe clean that. And are they not symmetrical? Is that middle marked? Possibly, right? So many modifiers. I think so. Yeah, that's red. That one is not red. No, it is that one. Okay. Well, maybe the proportions are a bit different because I did it by hand. Seems a bit scuffed. Very no. They should be similar though. So you and possibly you. Yes. Can I align you or something with me? Align. I can flip one of you, I guess. Can I do gridify? You have to change it to face mode. Okay. I don't hate it. Let's see. This add-on is pretty helpful. Don't know why the proportions. As far as I am concerned, they can be stacked. Well, possibly not because of the bevel info. Well, they are identical. Kinda. At least make them look similar. And then you can put them side by side. Okay, you are the top face. Okay, you are the bottom face. Pretty easy to tell. What are you? What are you? Don't tell me. There is a face inside here. Let me see. Probably. Ah, you are okay. I get it. So you don't need that seam in the middle. Yeah, it's easier to tell what you are if you don't have that cut there. Okay, so I will UV unwrap you two. You and you unwrap. Okay. Yeah, to be fair, it does not need that much info. Okay, this is sort of legal. What are you? What are you again? This face here. Oh, same procedure. You don't need this seam in the middle. One, okay. There is also the pack islands. Pack islands. Pack islands. Transform all islands so that they fill up the UV space as much as possible. Okay, this is pretty interesting. That's what basically that cool Shelby Tilado, the Packmaster, right? Packmaster Shelby has 2, but I think it's on 3 now. Maybe that one has a better algorithm to really make use of the space. But for that, you need everything unwrapped in there, right? You need all your pieces to be there, and then you hit that and it magically do the thingy, right? We'll clear this seam. Clear seam. This way they will look a little bit better here. I mean, you can tell what they are basically. You can probably split them like this and stack them together. That's probably the optimal way to do it, to be fair. I think because this used to have a mirror. These ones I modified by hand, but it used to be mirrored. So the most optimal way I will say is to really split it and rotate. It's the same but worse. Well. Maybe Blender will figure it out with time. Maybe they will get a better algorithm in there. With time, you know. You never know. At worst, you pay $40 and you get it. So it is not that bad. So, what shall I do here? Shall I stack them on top of each other? Will the bevel info hold? Well, they are mirror, right? I guess it's more optimal. So I shall keep that seam there. Maybe I can even have that one. If they are stuck, yeah, I figured that could be the case. Cool. Mark that. Mark same. Okay. So L faces, so you don't alter the rest, and wrap. And how can we stack them automatically? Average. No. Align UVs. Well, let's do it by islands. This and that. They're supposed to be well. Let me doubt. Normalize, straight, rectify. Under island. Merge. No, under island. Are you talking here? Native Blender. Or arrange. In Mio, under island, merge, sort, stack. Ah, stack here. Oof. My bad. similar UV faces. That sorry, this is why they look different, because they are different. They are different. This edge, I did not cut it. Well, I guess that can be the same face. So L L L L. You're not unwrapping properly now. Okay. Now L stuck. Why do you try to do that? Can I select you and flip? And why doing L here, select them both? Okay, they are not connected. Let me flip you. What? Flip. Maybe you have to unwrap again. Yeah, they are connected. Now I have this selected. I can flip it, I guess. This mirrored, but I think it created new UVs. Align. Symmetrize. Can I mirror X, mirror Y? I want to flip you. I can do S -1, right? S X -1. I don't know if I by doing this I am flipping the normals or something, you know. Control M X. Control M, move X. You're right. I think I have seen Control M before. Let me see, can I stack? No, stuck. Still trying to do something weird there. Okay, I guess. We'll need to rescale them. With you, I was gonna say I cannot do anything. No, I can. Rotate C90 and I can fold you basically. Maybe this is a lot of seams. You can pin the ones it's trying to stack. Oh, pins. Where the pins be at? Grab, relax, pinch. Where are the... This is the pins. Image pin. No. Maybe. I think there is a way, yeah. Selecting the birds, maybe. You can pin them. Pin with P. Yes. Yes, you can. But isn't this... I mean, you're optimizing the UV, but isn't this lots of seams? This one is probably gonna be noticeable, right? You can fold it over here. Symmetrical, but... I don't know. Which one is the middle? This one. That edge. So yeah. Flip. S. That way. So you can kind of tell by looking at it, right? What it is. Seams aren't that bad unless you have like a detailed skin texture or something. Okay. Seams are legal. These are the straps there. I am unwrapping here as if I was gonna do a pretty impressive texture or something. Hand painted. I don't know, I like I like organizing them, I guess. It's neat. Okay. What are you? The face at the bottom. You can do the same. It's pretty mindless work. What can I say? What can I say? You turn off your brain and you start stacking things in there. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, an algorithm can do it for you better. it's fine. It's probably for the best. It is comfy to do, I guess. But if you have to do it a lot or something, or you're in a rush, then it is a pain in the butt. I guess. What are you? Okay. And you're not stuck with your friend here. That's illegal. Why are you not identical? Ah, well, because they are not identical. I mean, you can make them, but they are... You can force it. If I do stack now, will everything explode? Probably. I guess, well, it is what it is. This you can fold too, but... Okay, kinda legal. Kind of legal, right? You can, well, you can resize everything if you think. And compared to everything, well, you can make them bigger. The thing is, I want them to be tiny because that's it. Okay, something like that checks out. And then we need to bake all the bevels there. Give me the bevel info. Okay. So divisions, bevels, hide the checker. How do we get the power here? I have to go back to the bakery. This is the armor texture. Bakery. And we're gonna bake. Then we're gonna bake the sheen armor without anything else, I guess. No extrusion, right? Or shall I do bake? No, we're not baking from selected to active. No. Bake. Let's see what happens. Oh, sorry. Does not have a material or the info here in the shading tab. It has the normal armor material. It needs a new material, right? Okay, we are gonna do just that. Okay, new material. Sugar. Okay, get that color in there. We delete that. We apply the new. Well, it's the only one they got, but assign. I was gonna ask, shall I? But no. Shall I apply the mirror or something? Not really, because we are not baking shadows or anything, right? Only normals. I guess we're good. Don't connect them. Okay, bakery. Baking map saved to internal image. I don't know. Do you think that has info there? I don't. Well, it has something. It has something here. Are those the bevels? You need the low poly to bake too. Onion. Amadami. So. I need to duplicate the object. Big brain. Same procedure, right? Shift D with the one with all the modifiers. Shall I apply all the modifiers here? Or is it irrelevant? And the other one, you keep it without the modifiers, right? Sin armor. Just delete them. Okay. So here we have to keep the mirror, but we will delete the bevel and probably the subdivision. And that way we get that. And disable mirror for rendering on the high poly. So I keep the mirror here and I disable this one just in case. Delete the checker. Okay, so I have the high poly there. Shall I keep the, I don't know. Shall I keep the subdivisions? Oh. That is the low poly. Maybe it's too low poly. We just bake the bevel. Or what? Will it look pretty with the normals? Let me see. Let's try it. Let's try it without subdivisions. Okay. So it doesn't bake cross from the other side. Oof. Yeah, that can happen. They are stuck here. All the UVs. Let's see how it will behave. So you and you, and let's see if we have to make a cage or nah. Go to the bakery. Selected to active. It's probably the other way around. Active? No, selected to active, selected to active. Like this. So selected the high poly to active, the other. Extrusion, yes please, and bake. Let's see what happens. Nothing. Baking map saved. Nothing happened. Maybe the other way around. Okay, so we got info there. Okay, it's a little bit weird, probably because they are stacked, right? This one was the worst. Let me check how does that look if we were to connect this. Flip. That is terrible. That is terrible. What are you? were the two shaded smooth? Did I bake the other way around or something? I don't think so. Did I remove the bevels? Let me see. What is going on here? Okay, the duplicate has the subdivision and the bevels. Both are showing. There. And the original has only a mirror. No bevel, no nothing. Mirror to generate the other there. Remove the texture from the high poly. Okay, this one is also, yeah. And the low poly. And the low poly was not connected. Maybe I messed up and I connected the high poly. That is the low poly. And that is the high poly. For whatever reason. They both have the same material. I think so, yeah. Yes, they do. Shall I? Yeah. Let me choose armor. And edit. Apply it to the high poly. Assign. Remove you. There. Okay. This is a high poly. Beautiful. This is the low poly. Scuffed. You bake, it might be the case, eh? It might be the case. I could believe that because I think I selected them properly the first time, but I baked and I got no result, so I figured maybe it's the other way around, and when I did it the other way around I got something. Let me clear the image just in case. Well, no, because it is empty we can straight up delete clear it here, right? Bakery, bake, clear image. Okay, selected to active, so should be the other way. Selected, so the high res one to active, the clear one. Bake. Circular dependency. There was. It was connected, but it usually does not affect. Shin armor. Let me remove it just in case. I can try the cage again, but it was working before. I'm using a cage, the extrusion here. We did that with the cape and it used to work. Saved. There's no info. And if you do it the other way around, you get info. Let me do 0 extrusion, just in case. See if we get something there. Nothing. Yeah, nothing. Has the mirror disabled right now? No, what is this? This is the good one. Straight up delete the mirror. You should name them. Name them. Like I know which one is which. Does Blender need special names? Maybe straight up remove the mirror for real. Low poly. See, Blender is special with names. I mean, no, but you seem pretty confused. No, the copy is. I am confused. What armor 0? What was that? Armor no active image found in armor 0 of the high poly. Because it's trying to do it the other way around, I think. Holy flip. Why is the high poly the only one that can be active? Should we click HP then low poly? Yeah. No active image found in material 0 for high poly. High poly has not the special material. Only has an armor material with nothing in there. I think it's because it was pre-selected. Yeah, because we were in edit mode, I think. The image selected. Now it's baking. But I don't, there is no information there. Image selected in the nodes. Armor. For material 8, but material 8 is in the low poly. Not connected. And the high poly has nothing. Has the armor material that is not special at all. You should have the node editor in the same layout. I guess I can open another Blender tab, but I don't like. Let's see, where can I? Be cool maybe to have them under here. So yeah, it's not the end of the world, but how can I split? Maybe grab from here and down. Yeah, okay, makes sense. And the nodes, geometry node editor. Okay, I guess this is legal. And now the Rhinos modifier, HPLP. I'm not seeing anything here. Shade editor. Makes sense. Give me a second. Is it gonna be a doxing tab or no? Let me see. Shade editor. Always very shady, the shade editor. No, it is kind of legal. Okay. They're very tiny. You can barely see with chibi over there. Press N to hide the side panel. So we need it for something. Okay. Armor. This is for the low poly. This is the high poly with the normal material. Does the high poly need to have the other the image texture too? Perhaps. Then we can make the other way around. No. Okay. the no active image got that warning if I do it this way. No active image found in armor 0 for objects in armor HP. It is in the material armor, I guess, in slot 0 or what? I don't know why it says slot 1 there. I don't know. This is not working. Let's try it with a cage. With a cage, you should make a cage with a low poly, I guess. Are you pressing control? HP first, control LP. LP becomes deactive. Bake. Saved. No info. Now click the image. Node. Shall I bake with it selected? With selecting it with control. Bake. MaroTachi, welcome back. How are you doing? How are you doing? You didn't stream yet today. You didn't stream. Hope you are doing fine. Not working. No workerino. Bakey, yeah. We're trying to bake. But it is inconsistent. Smells like toast. I was gonna say here too, but not really. Luckily, not really. So if we were to make, oh, maybe it's because the extrusion was 0. If I do, no, but we didn't even get the weird artifacts. Maybe bake like this. HP control with that selected, bake with a little bit of extrusion. Let's see what happens. It's trying to bake. Nothing. Baking map saved. Nothing. Nothing. This does not work. I am sorry, but it does not work. I don't know why it does not work, but it's resisting. And we got it to work, doing it the other way around. But it was ultra scuffed. Now it does not even work this way. Yeah. Is it UV unwrapped? Did we lose the UV? Oh, the UV is there. Very tiny, but It is there. Should be here in the corner. Nothing. The other way around. An active image found in armor, forcing armor. UV panel, that one is there. Check UV panel. Check UV panel. Yeah, that one is there. We got the one with the faces to work. Can select UV sets. Is that the case? Does it say anything when you try to bake? Depends. If I do it one way, it just bakes. If I do it the other way, it says the material, the high poly only has material armor that does not contain any image. As it should, because it does not really need the image texture. The high poly one. We're trying to bake to the other. Shall we do none here instead of RGB? Yeah. I'm gonna do the low poly cage. So low poly, Shift D, cancel. Set origin to center of mass, increase it until it completely covers the other. It's really not great. It's actually ultra scuffed. So maybe from there. I don't know. SX. SC. SY. SC. Try changing the resolution. I'll test. Clear scale. Let me see. Do they have transforms applied? Not really. One of those is not perfect. The other, either. So let's apply transforms. Apply all transforms. Apply all transforms. Could be classic mistake. Try baking again. Seems to be successful, but as we can see, there is nothing there. In edit mode, you were talking about the cage. Okay. LP, Shift D, edit mode, select all, Alt S. That is cool, but how is that different from the normal S? But it also has, well, it clips a little there. It does not have a modified scale, which does not help me here with the extrusion. So I guess 0. Let's see what happens. It is fat and chunkify. Alt S is en chunkify. Let me see. Alt S. Let me see if I can completely cover it. Wow, you have to get kinda crazy with it for it to fully work. I can move it a bit with this, but I don't know the legality of this. Okay, shall I apply? Okay, oof. Oof. I will leave it there, maybe. Apply all transforms, maybe, and now we do 1, 2, and 3, with that being the active, and bake. Well, this was for floaters though, but if it works, it works, I guess. First of all, which one do we have UV unwrapped? Because we might have UV unwrapped the high poly one. Is that the high poly one? Maybe not. Maybe not, maybe not. Let's try baking this. Yeah, before at least we got something. In the beginning we got it to work once. There, we got something with the cage. Looks like trash, but there is something. You can move them manually. But cages are a bit painful, yeah. We got something. Looks terrible, but there is something. Let's see. Let me connect. Sinar more low poly in the normal one. I mean, it's very bad. Maybe we should not stack them that much, but that will only affect the mirror. I mean, it will look pretty, air quotes, on one side at least, but we don't even get that. It is just plain Scafferino. And even if we got to fix those birds, I don't think. Disable mirror render on the low poly too. Okay. Maybe the mirror was destroying us. Extrusion here. We don't. The other time I did something like that. See if that works. I think I messed up the order here. It's baking though. It baked something. It baked something. Let's see what we got. Well, at least it's different. It is different. Let's see. It's because we have to edit an object. Wait, this is the last one. Let's see. See if we can get something better. Nothing. Hide the cage if you don't use it. But I am using it, right? And did I have to select it like that? No. No. You just have to select everything with control. Select it to active. And bake. It was like that. For the floaters, at least. Well, you need to match this transform thingy to this value, but you don't have to select it. For the floaters, I got it to work like that, but here maybe we can select cage and select this object as the cage, right? Maybe this is a different procedure. HP, low P, bake. Let's try it like this. Otherwise I will just use okay, possibly. Invalid cage object. The cage mesh must match. Must have the same number of faces as the active object. As the low poly. Low poly is active there. It should have the same number of faces. Can do it the other way around. Let's try. Okay, no active image. Why does it think the active does not have the same number of faces? Ah, the mirror maybe. That could be it. Yeah, that could be it. That could be it. Circular dependency. That means one node is connected. This one, yes. Making map should be saved. Okay. Selected. Let's see. Now there is no warning. Nothing happened. We had, let me see, without the cage, because the cage is already selected here. So let's try like that. That worked. That worked. Let's see that result. It is no, well, it is not terrible, perhaps. This is, well, they are not matching perfectly, but maybe. Is that a low poly? It is better, perhaps. It sucks less. No, it is not connected. It is not connected. I'm an idiot. Let's see. Oh. We got it to work. Ah, this hurts my brain. It is complicated, huh? What? We got it to work. Okay. So we did need indeed to have the cage. We only need to select HP to low P, right? This disconnected and bake with the object with the cage selected there with 0 extrusion. For the floaters though, and this is recorded, so that you know that this is no BS, you can check the bot. I had to select the 3 of them, it didn't work with the cage selected here. Perhaps, as you said, if you select cage extrusion, it prioritizes that. I don't know. I don't know, what can I say? I don't know. We got it to work. We will try it in the next piece of armor, so we're not going anywhere. We're gonna do it again. So we can move the high poly and the cage, low poly cage. To the shadow realm. High poly and low poly cage. These are okay. This is the graveyard where things are useful but they go to die there. Untargetable, not even in render, out of mind, out of sight. The other way around. I'm fried. I'm a poet, a fried poet. There are add-ons that let you bake multiple objects at the same time though. Little by little, step by step. Or programs like Substance Painter. I have heard of Substance Painter. And you can bake multiple things and they probably bake great, right? I'm gonna save my image, and not only I'm gonna save my image, I'm gonna, like a big brain boy, and check clear image, dangerous, and save the project again. Okay, big brain, wrinkly brain, reflective but wrinkly. Okay, so okay guys, okay, next step, we can mirror now. Low poly mirror. Thank you. Probably disabling the mirror helped too. Oh my god. I can hide you. Well, I'll touch everything here. Object mode, I'll touch everything. Show the refs. They are showing, but I cannot see them because this is disabled. Okay. And the shadow realm should be disabled. And should be everything ultra disabled. Okay. So I'm doing that because sometimes Blender is a little bit laggy. I can feel it suffering, so I'm trying to ease the pain. You're not showing my beautiful faces there. Well, and there they are. Okay, can hide the checker. So low poly thingy. You have the checker too, if you ever want to check. There's this. Okay. Knee pad. And the shin armor. It does not have checker. There it is. Okay. You can hide it, but it lives there. Okay, layout. So hide and hide. You are ready. You leather thingies. Leather thingies. We need to do the same process. Create a low poly and bake all your goodness there. To unwrap, well, the low poly is basically this. Turning everything off, you are the low poly. So I need to UV unwrap you. L, there you are, mister. I will, with the checker, if you don't mind. Oh, the stretching is here. These guys are have been through some things. They have seen stuff. You should apply the curve. It should apply the curve. To the whole object, you mean? But shouldn't I unwrap one of these bad boys to bake everything into it and stack it? I stack because this bad boy is half of it, right? it is half. So I'm gonna ultra stack them in there, otherwise they don't match at all. Okay, give me a second. Hey, for whatever reason, YouTube was behaving properly there. It didn't complain for a while. It was not complaining. This Final Fantasy video has no ads on it. I like it. Okay. So I should apply the curve. And let's say, okay, this is the whole object. This is what I want to unwrap, a single part there, and probably half of that. Can I not stack them all in there? I mean, isn't it better to unwrap it after the transforms? I don't know. I want it as straight as possible, I guess. I don't know. Is it better to do it that way? We need a low poly, right? This is the lowest poly thingy, I guess. You're the pro here. And MaroTachi too. You're the pros. I don't know, I'm learning. Because here I think we're unwrapping the low poly version, right? What do you think, Banana? I will have fun wrap it like that. Let's see. So we have to create a low poly object. Yeah, the low poly object probably needs, I don't know. Can you keep everything without apply here? You can, for example, duplicate everything bent like a low poly object, or I don't know, will apply. You guys, it doesn't matter. You just have to disable the curve modifier for the high poly 2 then. And now, well, it works because we are not baking shadows or anything, right? If you were to be baking shadows, you probably need to apply almost everything, right? Shall we, like, should we bake in ambient light or something? Let's see. What is this triangle? It's stuck there. Well, I guess we can do something like that. Okay. So, what would be the low poly object? It is this, the same thing. Shift D, cancel. Where are you? Where are you hiding? There. You are the low poly now. LP. Okay, central cloth flaps. High poly. So high poly keeps all the modifiers. Can delete the checker if you want. And low poly, you have to get rid of the bevel, the subdivision, and the array. Possibly not the array. Not the array. We can disable it to bake if you want, or not. The solidify though. Shall we keep the solidify? I guess. No, the cape does not have a solidify, right? No, not really. That shrink wrap possibly needs to be applied, right? Okay. So the central thing is central cloth flaps. Low poly, high poly. Sorry, in the low poly we need to add the cool material. A new cool material. You can join the color from here. Join, put it here. Boom. Okay, and now you can delete this one. I guess it got automatically applied. Yes, I guess. Low poly, you put the texture node, texture, image texture. Okay. Armor, non-color. Okay. Great. So from high poly to low poly, bakery, without cage, maybe with a little bit of extrusion. Start with 0. Let's see what we get. Okay, don't clear the image and bake. Let's see if we get something. Seems to be baking. Okay, we got something. We got the borders, and I think that's what we need, right? Doesn't it look solid? If we were to connect these, normal and there. Do we got a little bit of magic there? Maybe. Think, yeah, we got a little bit of information there. Makes it appear to be more volumetric when it's a plane. I mean, there isn't much to bake there anyway. But look, I got a bit of information, right? I think this is fine. But I'm careful because it doesn't always work first try, right? Yeah, well, I think it does. It worked. I'm not used to this, but it seemed to work. Okay. Little W. So we can put this, send this to the shadow realm. I don't know what happened there. I'm not enjoying that. What happened here? This one is untargetable and everything. So high poly goes there. Can you go there? I think so. Okay. Cool. One more. Hide that. Okay. Let's do the wool, for example. So for the wool, we can, well, let me, why is that so dispersed there, right? What's going on? It does not go the whole way around. Yeah, hide the cape. Caperino, cloak. Okay, so that is the wool. Can you UV unwrap that again? Okay, can you straighten that, Mr. Mio? Gridify, thank you. Okay, look, that's wonderful, actually. Do they kind of match the size of the cape? I think so. Yeah. You should probably apply the solidify. for the wall. Okay. Maybe it makes more sense. Okay, so let me save. If I apply the solidify, well, the geometry will change. It's not gonna be like probably gonna be a cube or something. Let's see. Apply the solidify. Apply, and now what do we have here? A problem. Yes, because the mirror is not applied. The low poly will have a gap there. A gap? I mean, if we apply the solidify, let me see what we get. In the mirror, I should probably increase this distance or something, because it's doing weird things. This is not looking good. Okay, that's better. Not great though, because I have a mirror first, I guess. I mean, you can keep it as a modifier or you can apply it. The thing is, because I am I'm getting a bit too obsessed with keeping modifiers active, it really does not matter that much, right? I mean, applying a few modifiers. I mean, disable all the modifiers and check how it looks. It looks like a plane, like that. With the solidify. Maybe we can apply transforms or something. That usually helps to solidify, but it seems kind of legal. I don't know why is it having that many problems with the mirror in there. Because the order here, maybe if we do it like that. No, it doesn't mirror properly. I would say it's the same. Yeah, it's the same. So I don't know why it's struggling with that. Apply the solidify. Now, okay. Now it works. Why it didn't before? I don't know. It is a mystery. But now it works, I guess. Ah no, look, the subdivision is being funky or funny. I guess it's because we got a double face in the middle. I guess. Yeah, that's why you get that artifact. Let's see. Wool. Shift-D. Why didn't I? Because I did it in edit mode. Okay, object, Shift-D, low poly. Okay, high poly. All high poly. Okay. Disable everything. Well, let's checker. You can keep it if you want. The mirror though. Probably you should keep the mirror. Here, everything. Data checker. Let's see. We can make this work. Low poly. Create a new material. Why does it have the visor there? New. Join the color. Okay. Delete the previous. Okay. Switch to the nodes. Add a texture image and a normal map. Armor, and non-color, and don't connect. Okay. Blender Bakery. Well, UV editing checks out. Okay. Blender Bakery. We'll save first, just in case. Blender Bakery. First, let's try it without extrusion, but we probably will need it. The chest hair we can hide it, right? Oh, it's only it's only a plane. It's almost everything here. All low poly and high poly. Okay. Bake. Baked. Okay. We got a little bit of yellow there, and that indicates we should augment this extrusion. Try 0.2. Bake again. Now the question is, shall we delete with a brush before baking? Let me see if it corrects it or not. It corrected it. Okay. Is that good enough? Kinda, it has a few artifacts there, here and there. And let's see how that looks. hide the high poly. Trying to see. Let's see. Yeah, well. I mean, for a plane, it kinda has information. I need more polygons, yeah, possibly, right? For a plane, it kinda has information, but yeah, you get those things that they are not pretty. Not good to look at. Let me see. So what can we do here? Apply subdivisions, create, manually cut a few more edge loops. Let me see. Yeah, this one has a lot of info. And that one, well, we can try to adapt it or scale it or something. Adapt it more to the original. If we were to move these birds to adapt more to the other, is that legal? Try shrink wrap. Shrink wrap. Oh, do you think did we have transforms applied? Quest, how are you doing? Are you feeling great? Have you had your operation yet? I hope you are doing fine, man. I have met you. I have met you over here. You're doing fantastic, man. Do you have your tablet over there? That emoji is a good sign. Ah, it's from Tevi. Look at that. That's such a cool emote. Oh, it's a... Tevi made it for a Calia Sapphire. Oh. Yeah. Slept for 3 days and just got home today. Are you feeling fine? I was so scared, man. What was it? Did they have to get in there again? I'm happy, man. I'm happy to see you around again. Take it easy, take it easy. Let me see if it ever had all transforms applied. One low poly. I guess it didn't do anything crazy. Or high poly. Let me check the... Yeah, I think it has everything applied. That's a great sign. Doing okay. You had a rupture aortic wall, so a bit more serious, but it went okay. I have some sick leave now. Okay. Man, of course you deserve that, man. You deserve it even before. I was worried, like, why is this guy still going to work? No, you should chill for a bit. If you have a heart operation, man, you should be able to have surgery. Sorry, that's how you say it in English. You should be able to rest for a bit. I'm so happy and so happy. Aortic wall rupture. So that means, was it in your artery? One of the walls. No gym or boxing. Man. Chill. I'm gonna play the short for you, eh? Let me go to the cookie channel here. Holy flip. 90%? What the flip? Okay, it depends. Holy flip. So, you memorize that one. You drill that into your head. You stay home and you rest. You stay home and you rest. You rest. Yes. You have to rest today so that you can go destroy people in the future, in the near future, in the future. But you rest today. Okay. Do you have your new tablet? Did it arrive already? Because that way you can be entertained there. Yes. You make use of it. You enjoy it. Okay. And chill for a bit. And when you're healed and when you're feeling fine, you can go cycling, you can go destroy your friends in Thai boxing, or your co-workers, or your boss. No clue where the tablet is. What the flip? Are they doing that again? That weird shenanigan with the packages. Did they select another scammy thingy? Scammy delivery agency, for example, or company. Well, at least you have your phone, right? Your phone. Hopefully, you maybe have a TV. I use my phone mainly, so a phone is fine, more than fine. So, what's UPS? So yes, yeah. I hope they figure it out. Do you have someone around to be able to help you a little bit? At least. Maybe they can get that done for you. Figure it out for you. That way you can chill. You cannot stress. You cannot stress about that. I hope that's the case. Oh, it adapts better. Let's see. Hey, good call. Banana big brain, eh? Banana giga chat. I need quets giga chat. We need an item for that too. Oh, today is Friday, man, and I didn't trigger the prize. Today is Friday. That I got that one by chance, but mere chance. It is from my mini bot. I got a gifted Savvy, so, and I saw that emote and said, "Oh, banana giga chat." Yeah, but quets regular giga chat. Quets. That's it. Quets coming out of surgery. Yes. Giga chat. Now big chilling. Yes. So let me apply this shrink wrap. Okay. Look at this middle point now. Where is Scaffarino? So maybe I leave it there without applying. This got misaligned. Well, I can apply it and snap it to the center again. Or increase this. Well, yeah, not go that crazy there, but move this until they snap there. Cool. Leave it like that. Do a quick save. Okay. Disconnect this. Shoop. Okay, we have our wool texture here. Pretty cool. And we are trying to bake the details again. From the high poly to the low poly. Blender bakery. Maybe the other way around. Blender bakery. Normals. Tukutu. Bake. Saved. Okay, it changed a little bit. Okay. It literally is saying the image you sent me, my model, my checker maps are bad checker maps. What I mean, as long as the important parts have info, I guess it's pseudo legal. Let's try it again. Low poly, color, normal to normal. That does not have that much info, right? Have I? This is smoother than before, I guess. Have I done it properly? Have I messed up? If you messed up, it just does not work. me see. Can we do this better? Not the cloth flaps, the wool. That's the last item. This has so much info there. The wool does not have anything. This one, non-color, is decent, I guess. I can try. I was gonna say I can try a cage. You cannot cage with a plane, I guess. Let me try baking without extrusion. Bake. Oops, I didn't select high poly. Bake. Oh, circular dependency, sorry. But it baked. It needs a little bit of extrusion anyway. Otherwise you get that yellow thing. Let's see. Usually started working with 0.2. Yeah, a little bit more. 0. I guess that works. Why does it not contain more info? That is a question. I have everything here. Do I have to use these dots? Maybe not, right? I mean, if I hide it, no. Well, that's because it is not connected, right? Let's see. Yeah, but that is not great, Koki. Not great. How does this one look? Has more info there. You can see the bevels. How would you go about this? Needs more geometry. Here you kinda have a little bit of info. You can see a bit of the bumps there. Shall I apply the solidified in? And do a cage. Try subdividing it once. Okay. And thank you, Banana, for being here and all the help. And shrink wrap. I applied the previous shrink wrap, but maybe I can do it again, right? So it adapts better. Subdivision before the mirror, possibly, right? 1 in LP. One subdivision. How does it look? Well, Let's apply it. And shrink wrap to wall high poly. Okay. Okay. Kind of a lot of geometry, but shall I do like that on surface? Does that look kinda legal? Or project or something? Try project. Usually it tends to work better, right? Project. Why? Project. Normal project. Or project. Outside. Maybe something like that. Or normal. Maybe, yeah, that's a bit too much. Okay, try applying that. Apply and the mirror. Stitch that. Okay. Cool. Now we need to unwrap again, right? Because now the geometry, it automatically adapts. Good boy. Instead of that hardcore mirror, I could have SX0 or XX0, but it is what it is. And disconnect this. And bakery, blender bakery. You and you. Blender bakery. It's a little bit of offset, I guess. Well, we can start in 0, but we will probably have to increase it. Okay. Big baking happening. Okay, we got a little bit of yellow as expected. Okay. A bit more. Almost. Okay, that is clean now. Let's try connecting. Hide the high poly. it is not great. I mean, it's not ultra bad. But there is a difference. I don't know why it's struggling so much. Do I need to recalculate the normals or something? Not really, right? What materials does this have? Well, I can remove these, but has that normal material in there? I can try a cage. No, a cage would not make sense here. Because it is a plane. I can try solidifying it or extruding, right? Maybe that way, with a cage, we can do something else. But here though, for example, if you remember this one, chest hair has so many info in there, so much info. Look, look at that. That is flipping amazing. That is flipping amazing. And that isn't that, well, maybe I'm wrong, but isn't that only a plane? Maybe not. Yeah, look at that. That is a plane. How can a plane hold that much information? Looks like a 3D object, but it is not. It's incredible, but for whatever reason, we cannot make it work here. It's struggling so much. And this one, the high quality one, has info in there. For the knee pad and for the shin thingy, we kinda did it. But this one though, we even subdivided it a lot. And it's still ultra scuffed. I mean, it's not a plane, it's not flat, has some info, but it could hold so much more, right? No, the mirror is turned on. Maybe I need to do it with that checked. So how does it look like rendered? Oh, sorry, because it cycles. Wall LP. pretty flat. Let's compare it to high poly. The high poly has all those bumps in there, right? We should be able to capture those bumps. Shall I apply modifiers for the high poly one? I mean, to be fair, the high poly for the hair was a massive mesh. Massive mesh. With everything applied. It is not connected. Oh my god. Oh, it is there. No, that's the high poly. Maybe I disconnected it. It sucks still. Armor, non-color, strength, normal. Checks out, but no, it is not working. Cycles is like, yeah, of course, it always does. It always does. That's why I don't like using it on stream, right? I prefer Eevee, but these things probably need to be done in cycles. It only lags it while it's rendering, and now, for example, I can move, I can do everything, but I cannot. If I turn the camera, it will render again, so it will lag the stream again. So have to be careful. I don't know why this is the case, man. Shall I create a copy, try applying every modifier there and baking from that? I don't know. Do you get the info with the modifiers there, right? Without... I mean, we sort of did that for the Shin armor and it worked. And for when we baked the chest, we didn't use cages or anything. It straight up worked, right? With a little bit of extrusion magic, it worked. You can try. You can try, I guess. We do a duplication here. Object mode. Have to be careful with object mode. I think it's... If you're in edit mode, you can have issues here when selecting them. Well, the usual issue is that you cannot get the low poly to, or the other one to be active. I don't know if it affects the bake. We can try. Yeah, I don't think there is more info there. But we can try. But... And now I will... Let me see. Not great. So grab this. And duplicate, I guess. Alt Shift D. Object mode, Shift D. Okay. Hide the original. Apply everything like a madman. Apply. Solidify. Subdivision. Displace. Bevel. We love to see that. Okay. So we got the real deal. The real deal there. Okay. Well, now that we have the real object, I could have creased it all the way around. But first of all, let's see if now we got the power here or not. I probably, well, lift the mirror, apply it, apply the mirror. Let's see if we can get this to work. Remove that. And maybe it's a problem with the, it could be, that's why I thought maybe we should apply it so that all the information from the, how do you, that image, the bulb, right, I don't know how it was called, that information is really there, right? There, now it should be there. Bakerino. Big bacon. Saved. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That is beautiful. You can really tell now there is a lot of info there. So we really need to apply everything. Now my question is, do I need to go back and apply everything? That is a question. I can delete this one because there is basically this with everything applied. But now I'm wondering, have I lost info because of that? Because I might have. Luckily we only did like 2 objects. Yeah, now look at that. Look at that plane. Looks fantastic. You can probably get rid of loops. But well, I think it's still low poly enough, so maybe I will let it live. But you can probably get rid of 2 loops. Let me try. I mean, it matches the other parts. Yeah, it kinda does. It kinda does. Maybe the canon here is a little bit simpler, but kinda matches. Let me check. But yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, look at that. Let's see. Why is that artifact there? Other than that, there's a shadow from that plane there. It's pretty cool, what can I say? It's probably better with more geometry, let's be honest. Yeah, it is better than like this. It is better, it is better. So I will keep it, I will keep it. 2 loops and we gain a lot of info. Fair enough. Fair enough. But now this is a proper object, right? You go to the shadow realm, but shall I recover? I think we have to give it a try, sadly. Low poly. So activate the shadow realm. Let's hide curves. The flaps though, the flaps. Okay. Sin armor cage. High poly. So the high polys apply everything. Object mode, Shift D, make it stay, hide this one, and the high poly, apply everything from the top to the bottom. Apply all the info just in case, that way. Armor, low poly. Object mode, Sin armor, this is the ultra high poly with everything applied. The cage should not be redundant, and the low poly should not be collected to avoid redundancy. Shin armor LP, and the mirror, the mirror. Is disconnected, right? They are linked. Be safe. Okay, and bake again. The extrusion, I think it was higher. And for this you needed to do Sin armor LP. Select that. No, this was without the floaters, so the cage need to be explicitly stated to be that, and yeah, it automatically grays the cage extrusion. Okay, and you select the high and the low. Low poly, high poly, ultra high poly, and that should be the active. And you bake again. Let me check that texture. Let me save the texture first. Save. And now we go bonkers. Bake. Let's see if that, yeah, it's better. It is better, man. There are still artifacts and things here going on. This UV unwrap was weird. So you know, in the future, if you ever need to bake, create a copy for when you're baking. You keep one with all the modifiers, create one, apply everything, and then bake. This is ultra scuffed. I don't know. It should have. I mean, it should have the shade smooth, right? I guess this is because they don't really match. Well, I need to modify the cage so that there are no issues. This case was imperfect, right? I hide the body. Hide the body. Let me see what's going on there. Yeah, this was a bit messed up. Well, I guess we're learning. I for sure am. Okay. Let's try. Yeah, more things clipping over here. Is that clipping or not? Maybe not. Okay, let's try again. And check this UV unwrapping. Let's try to fix it here. Let's try to stack them or something. It was the same dot, right? Well, maybe that works. They are not identical, that's why. These are the same dots, though. These two, those two, and those two. Can you, if you select this, if you stack, it won't stack. Well, maybe you can say straight or rectify. You can do SX, no, X0. I guess that works. Yeah, that's the problem with selecting birds. Bird connects to other areas too, so it is what it is. Well, let's keep it like that. legal enough, I guess. Back to layout, disable this. And try baking again. So from sheen, low poly should be the active. Ultra high poly. Low poly. You bake that. Let's see. If we still seeing yellow. We got a little bit of something there. I don't know. That's better, I would say. This, I don't know what to do with this. Does the cage have like smooth normals? I guess, right? Yeah, I guess. It's a bit weird, those. They are like that, but okay. Fair enough, I guess. They are not gonna be very visible anyway. So color normal. Hide the cage. And you can even delete the ultra high quality one. Okay. And what is the low poly now? The one we're seeing probably. Low poly. Yeah. Oof. What's happening here? It's not gonna be visible though, but is this one better than the one we had before? Possibly not. Possibly not. Might have screwed up when modifying the cage. This mirror, what? You have it. What? Why can't I see? The mirror? Scene armor? Okay, that was it. Maybe I screwed this one up. When modifying, I mean, you get more detail. I said before doing this. While modifying the cage, I must have screwed up a bit. Well, that's pretty bad. So maybe I did not screw up that much. Let's see. Cage. Well, there was something weird here, for sure. Well, now I guess it's enveloping everything. Here there might be an issue. should be fine. Can it clip onto itself? Because that's probably part of the issue, right? Probably should not. Okay. I guess everything is inside there. Shall it be very similar to the low poly object? Like an exact scaling. That's why people scale, right? So I guess those modifications should be as minimal as possible. I guess. Okay. So you to you. Sorry. You to you. Object mode. You to you active. That way. Okay. And how do you look like? Okay. Pretty legal. Bake. I'm very fried. Make. Okay. Very much the same, I would say. Didn't change anything. More low poly. Okay. And hide the high poly and the cage. It is connected, right? It is. And why does it look like trash? Oh no! Sin armor. Why does it look like that? UVs look decent. But I don't know what's going on here. Texture, normal map. Ah, I'm an idiot. Collected color to strength. I was so scared there. Okay, I guess. Still have that pinch there. I guess it's that yellow thingy. I don't know how to fix it. I mean, I don't know if it was better before, man. I think it might have been better before. So maybe I will save an incremental. Revert to file 10. This was before the bake. I think the bake, with everything applied, it improved. Oh, save the modified image. What a question. Cancel. The modified image is almost everything. But when did I save the image though? I can check. I can check on my folder. I'll check the folder and check if the texture has the wool on it. The good wool. Yes, I would say it does have the cool wool. Yes. Okay. Yes. So we can actually revert. Okay. I got scared. Don't save. Well, let me check the image now that I have it here. How does the thingy look? Wow, it was kinda glitchy. The current one should be better, but for whatever reason it's not. So let's figure it out. Revert. Don't save. Let's see if it looks better or not. Sin armor, low poly. Normal. Color to color. Okay. Now you can see this is different, right? To be fair, it looked prettier on the image. The last one we did. Let's see how this looks here. Yeah, we still have this glitch here. Is that Cinnamon low poly? For real? With the cool normals? Hide everything? Okay, that's better. But yeah, we still got those glitches there, and you still got, and it's even worse what's happening here. Okay, so we have permission from the code kit to proceed. It render enabled for the foot. Render enabled for the foot. Let me see. Knee face, no, knee, shin armor. You're talking about this thingy, right? The shin armor? At the time of the bake, you mean? This is the previous texture we had. I am able to get a better one applying all modifiers. I still get a glitch here, but it is smoother than this one. This one is pretty bad. Let me show you. Don't save. The one is connected to. Oh look, has both of them. Let me show you with the new cage and the high poly one. This is the previous texture. Okay, see the change happen. Bake with this cage, it grays out the extrusion distance automatically. High poly. Oh, I need to. Yeah, let me enable render. Sorry, that could affect possibly. Yes. So high poly, ultra high poly to low poly with control. That's it. I don't know if you really have to highlight this or not, but let's do it. Bake, and let's see the new image there. Yeah, it's prettier, you see, but it still has this weird glitch, and it still has all these weird jumps between faces. But well, I mean, it's not like they're gonna be seen. Let's see the low poly with disconnected. Oh, it had it connected. Madame, it had it connected during render. Might be the case. Yeah, look at that. Why is that there? It doesn't look like it's doubled. Possibly due to how I modified the cage. Is it that bad? Possibly. I moved a few birds here, I guess. In the UV unwrap, I stacked a few birds. And that can possibly affect. I don't know why that glitch is there. Is it only one side too? One side. I mean, I stuck them like this here. Top of each other. This, they don't let me move them because they are the same birds, basically. It unwrapped kinda like that, I guess. This I moved them to stack them, I think. Or maybe that moved all those birds too. In case worst case scenario, I can clear the image and modify the cage to one side too. It should be identical. But I think it is these UVs, you mean, they should stack perfectly. Or you mean the cage? They should be identical. The cage and the low poly. That can happen. I modify the cage. Let me see if I can stack them better. Yeah, they are not identical. The UVs. Yeah, they don't seem to be identical. If you are stacking. Shall I unwrap again? Can I make them stack? You can connect them. They were the same bird, to be fair. Snap, right? Oops. I guess those are scale 0. And yeah, deselect the other two. That one. I can pin you. Can I pin you? Pin. But I don't. Well, maybe I can move this one there. Snap. Or scale 0. Scale. Ew. That does not work. It's because it tries to pin those two. Can you be pinned? Those two are pinned. That happens. I guess they are not identical. Because you have the sync on. Oh. So you birds, you and you, okay. 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 Okay, we're cooking. Okay, pretty cool. So let's keep going. About you. It's like a merchant center. For all of you, same procedure. Let's see how it behaves now. Can I do merge at last here? Yeah, it's kind of a merge at center basically. I merge these two and align you. How can I align you to the other? Yeah, but no. Straight. Ew. I guess. Okay. Cool. This face is done or what? Already fixed. What about you? Okay. Yeah, they were not very stacked, let's say. Okay, I guess they are fine now. Shall I straight up, well, rebake? And what about the cage? Does it need to be exactly the same as the low poly? Well, has the same faces, but does it need to be a perfect scale or a perfect fattening? Or does it allow for a bit of leniency? Just the same amount of birds. Okay, then it's fine. The case is selected. Select the high poly, the low poly. Maybe select that too. And bake. Okay. It baked again. I don't see that. Did you see a difference when it will tell if it's broken? Okay. No, yeah, it happened once because I had an issue with a mirror, right? Do you remember? Because I remember. Hide everything. Let's see that low poly connected. Color to color. Okay. Still has that issue there. Like a bird there. A bird. So weird. But is it less glitchy? I would say I am not seeing the triangles here, or they are not as apparent, or maybe maybe I just I have been baking for so long that I'm baked myself. But I think I would say I'm not seeing a glitch that was happening here, a triangle. I still don't know why that is happening. It's like a wild bird was flying there or something. Does the high poly have the same issue? Pues let me check because might be a problem there. Let's see. I would say not, but maybe there is a double bird here, eh? That could be the case. That would be a very kooky thing. Not really, but it really seems like, because it's positioned here on a bird, right? Let me compare it with the UVs. Let me see this unwrap there. L should be there. That bird. Right? Is that bird or his companion? Well, their companion, I don't know about the companion because here in the, let's see, hide that, show the low poly. That one does not seem to have an issue, but this one is very spiky, very spiky. So let me edit. Well, the what's unwrapped is the low poly or the cage for the low poly. So select the low poly, edit. No, there is not a bird there. It is not a bird. There is not a bird because it has no modifiers, not enough resolution. So it might be an issue of the ultra high poly actually, yeah. So let's check the high poly. High poly or the ultra high poly with all the modifiers applied. Edit. Let's see. You should be the culprit, right? Birds. Let's see if I pull you to the inside. If I merge by distance near you with unselected, what happens? Merge by distance with unselected, remote 0. It is not double then. What about you? Maybe it has a flip normal or something. That could be the case. For whatever reason. Let me check with an face orientation. Maybe that, for whatever reason, that bird got angry. I guess you can recalculate the outside or something. Face orientation. No, there is no apparent issue. Shall I try recalculating the outside or something? All time, recalculate outside. Okay. For example. Okay. And try again with everything available for render. Did I check the low poly? The low poly does not even have, you see, does not have a bird there. Oh, maybe there is an issue actually here on the other side too. Let me check the other side, just in case. For the high poly. Hide the cage. Hide the low poly. If you were to delete that, does not seem to be a duplicate. Remove 0 with unselected, and here remove 0. Does not seem to be that. I recalculated the outside. Let's see if that fixes something. The low poly though, let me check the cage or something. Any other objects with this rendering enabled there? With this rendering enabled. You mean that maybe I merge another object here? The H quality, high quality, no. The cage does not seem to contain anything else. The low poly. No. I will move the origin to the world origin. Maybe the cage is not the best. That would not surprise me. The low poly, let's remove the map. It automatically gets removed because the other is a duplicate of this, I guess. Does modifying the case affect the original object though? Because the materials are connected. Well, I guess you're modifying the material and they are sharing it, so that's why. Okay, so wrong question. So you and you. Let's try again. Let's not select the image. I don't know. To do something different. Nothing changed. Case shouldn't have any materials anyway. No. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe that's the issue. Saved. Everything seems to be in order. Sin armor, low poly, color, normal. You hide that. And we still have that issue. Well, it's in the texture, so. But well, I don't know. It's not gonna be visible, but it is there. Here we get a little glitch. That's gonna be sort of visible, but we got rid of a few glitches here, so I would call it a W, slight W. We get a little issue there too. And a mini issue there. I don't know. It's like a cone shape. That one, right? It's like a literal bird or something that's there, right? Reflecting everything. Like if you were to pull from a bird, or if a normal was flipped here, looks like that. But there is nothing there. That's what is so peculiar. I don't know. I really don't know what that's all about. And because I am kind of cooked already, I will keep going. I mean, let's do another object. I cannot solve that mystery today. Let's redo these faces. Let's see if they look better if we apply modifiers. So the faces are on the other texture. Here the wool is fine, the sheen is fine. We can do the leather in this last texture. Let's see the leather. Central cloth flaps, HP. We're gonna select you, Shift D, Escape. I'm gonna hide you again, selecting you, and going to apply everything. But the curve. Apply, 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 apply. Okay, you are the Ultra HD thingy, and you and the, where is it hiding? Central closed flaps, reveal yourself, disable the curve, keep the array. Okay, I don't know if I need this or not. And from the high to the low, without anything else, from the high to the low, Blender Bakery. Maybe it needs a little adjusting of the cage, but that's it. Start with 0. Disconnect this so that there is no redundancy. Okay, and let's keep an eye on this. Bakerino. I don't see much change, to be fair. I don't see any problems either, so I guess this one is fine. Yeah, I guess there is no, you cannot get more info in there. I mean, maybe that's a little bit of green and yellow. You should only see red and blue. Shall we try a bake with a little bit of extrusion maybe? Let's try a 0.2. That's the classic. That kind of works for 0.2, 0.25, something like that. Have I everything? Do I have everything properly selected? It's saved. I don't see any difference. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think you can get anything in there. Anything more. Okay. So delete the ultra high quality flaps. Okay. Bring this back. Where are you? Central colors, flaps, curve. Okay. The green is just the direction it's facing. Okay. I was not very sure, because sometimes you get yellow artifacts that you can get rid of by modifying the cage, right? So I was not sure. Like here you can see red, blues and greenies, green thingies, I guess. But yeah, the artifacts, when it's not working, they look like plain yellow or yeah, scuffed color. So let me change to the cloak image, and let's check the faces here. I don't think the floaters had really any modifier. Shin armor, no. The ultra high quality one can go. Shin armor, the cage. The wool is fine. Knee pad, cage. Knee face. Render, select. And let's see this cage. It probably does not need a material. Sorry. No material for the cage. The knee face has the special material. Okay, you are allowed to keep it. And what about the was called upper leg plate. No, it was leg pad or something. Knee pad. Okay. And the bakery should be, this is the word one. You do 0, I guess. And this was selecting everything. I guess this is how I did it the first time. Subdivision though. I need to do the ultra high quality. The ultra high quality is for the faces, I guess. That's the floaters. Do I need more quality there? I guess I can subdivide them more. But why though? Yeah, I'm not sure we're gonna get much more out of this. I mean, they have enough info, I guess. If you want those lines to disappear, but they are ultra subtle. Okay, good enough. Keep going. Knee face, knee cages. Bye bye. So you're fine then. Knee pad, bye bye. Okay. Let's keep going with the armor. These flapperinos, they're basically the same process. They can be even unwrapped on top of that, and that's about it. So I need to get rid of let me see. Shift D in object mode. You are the high poly, for example. High poly. And I want you to stop. Well, I need to, first of all, I need to unwrap you. UV editing. Okay. All SX -1. Okay. Resize you. How can I select you both? The flapperino, central flapperinos. To be able to more or less, right? Let me see. Flapperinos. Flapperinos. Object mode. Central flaps. If I do all, that's the old one. Okay. And can I select the other object too, right? Central flops and skirt close flaps. Okay, edit. There you go. There we go. Okay. So these ones you can scale. And I need to split this one too to the side. Not that one, the other. Not that one. There is one that's hidden there. Or no, it's hidden here. And it's not that one. And yeah, how many do we have stacked in there? There are a few. There are a few in there. Maybe this way. I don't know how I was able to select it that easily the first time. No, I guess it needs to be here, right? That's not it. That is it. Okay. Okay. I don't want to use the stacking option because I don't want to modify the other flapperinos. I will do it. Oh no. Which one is which? Well, I guess the difference is not gonna be I guess this is the one that's out of place, right? Can you merge a 10 or something? Not really, right? You can use the cursor. A bit. Can you snap to revert? Yeah, snap to vert. Can I do that? Snap to vert. There we go. Okay. Fuck. These are that close already. I guess you can do that. Okay. which one is legal. This one seems a bit more snapped in there. There you go. Which one seems better here? None of you convince me. I guess you win. And you, none of you. Maybe you are a little bit more. I'll try to snap to the straightest one. What is? I think that's already fixed. What the dog doing here? Oops. This could be, both could be decent. And this should be automatically, this should be working automatically, right? Because they are basically the same object. I guess. Well, they are pretty much done. Okay, I don't need to bake here, right? As long as I copy the material. Maybe, yeah. Oh, they are oriented in another direction, you know, even though they are mirrored. Does that change the normals? I would say in a way, right? Even though they are, maybe. Maybe, right? Well, they might be similar, no? We are not baking light yet. I guess, yeah, if you only select this object, edit, you are sure you're moving only that, right? Just in case the normals are different, I have to be careful. If they look the same, I will stack them again. What can I say? So go back, layout. So I need to keep the array, but disable the curve. And I guess that is about Curve. The HD flaps do the same. Disable the curve. HD flaps. And these are the low poly flaps, I guess. Are they? No, not really. These are the ultra high poly. And the low poly. Okay, for the low poly, we need to keep the array. We delete the solidify. Keep the curve, but not apply it. Keep the mirror, but hide it, I guess. It depends. Maybe you can keep it, but only if you keep it here too. Okay. Get rid of the bevel, of the subdivision, and the checker. Well, you can keep the checker. Okay, wait, hide everything. Okay. 80 low poly, high poly. And this one we're gonna keep, but you can duplicate it. Shift D again. Sorry, Shift D. You hide this one with the modifiers, and here you apply everything like a madman. Apply the array, the solidify, the curve, no, the mirror, the bevel, and the subdivision, the checker. We don't need that. Okay, and for the low poly, your LP now. LP. Your high poly with modifiers and your ultra high poly. So you to you, Bakerino. Let me check the material of the low poly. Okay, material. Says here, create a new one. Okay, join the color. Why is it completely black? Like ultra zero. Does not make sense, to be fair. So I will join it from the other, from here. Let me join this color. Copy. Here. Material 11. Slap that there. Okay. This is the material 11. Let's get a new node, image texture, normal map. Okay. Select armor. Let's see that again. Thank you for not doxing me. Non-color. Color to color. Normal. No, don't do that yet. Okay, so ultra high poly to low poly. Okay, the other way around. Okay. Render. Bake with no cage. Yeah, let's do no cage in the beginning. Bake. Let's see if the bake is different. Okay, we get no warning, no redundancy there. Oof. What? Why would you do that? I have you unwrapped. And you don't look like that. Excuse me, good sir. Excuse me. So I was unwrapping the what? The high poly there. Where are you? Not the central, no. This one. No, you are there. So what have you done there? Where does that thing come from? Let's see. Probably I might have done it the other way around. You're fine. So you can hide. No central. Skirt. They are called skirt cloth flaps. Maybe you are the ones. No, not even you. Then what is that? Low poly. You. Oh, well. Then the ultra high quality. They are the small ones. No, skirt cloth flaps. Object mode, first of all. Skirt cloth flaps. Edit. Select that. And you get the proper UV unwrapped. Okay. Skirt cloth flaps. Oh. Skirt cloth flaps. LP. Okay, there are 4 here. That was it. Okay. Then. Okay, I messed up. Cloth flaps, the normal ones. So much info here. What are you? What modifiers do you have and why? And what is the low poly one? Okay. I forgot about you by mistake, I guess. Low poly. So I guess you should be deleted. And should be unwrapped from you to the other. Right? Not for you. Sorry. From you to you. Okay. Now. Bake. Let's see. Start it. Chest hair for. Did I leave the material there? So, skirt cloth flaps. You don't have the proper material. Are you unwrapped? Are you the one that's unwrapped at least? Object. Yeah, at least, yeah. Okay, so I need to do the material for you. So, it says here, yeah. Delete that. And the material, which one was it? 08, I think, or something. Who knows? It's probably the 11, right? Because we're creating the that one. Yeah, that's probably the case. Okay. Okay. Wrap again. Imagine. Okay, let me think. Bakery. From you to you. Bake. Okay. That's more like it. Are they identical? Yes, they are. Okay, I can stack you then. I can stack them. Okay. Shall I keep them separated maybe for in the future to be able to bake light or something? Well, maybe. Let's do it. Yeah, for now, because I'm starting to be highly cooked. Let's not do crazy stuff here. I'm gonna clean this mess. Okay. I'm gonna fix that. Baking with a bigger cage. 0.2. Let's do. Okay. Bakerino. Okay, fixed. And now you get deleted. You get sent to the shadow realm, and you get, well, LP. Let me see. LP. Okay. You go to the shadow realm. Okay. And for you, LP central cloth flaps. No, not the central. Skirt cloth flaps. Let's connect everything. Normal to normal, color to color, non-color, and enable your special curves. Checker, no. Okay. Let's see if you get some info there. Okay, yeah. Cool. Okay. Sheesh. So fixed. Sorry, well, we can keep that. One less. I'm gonna save and we're gonna finish for today. I started today 15 minutes late, so I did 15 minutes more. Okay, so my streaming debt is solved. Well, not really, it's paid, but not really, because I missed the Monday. I missed Monday, and tomorrow I'm not gonna be streaming. I'm gonna take it off to rest. Yeah, it is summer. A little bit of vacations. We get a little bit of holidays there. So I guess this is it for today. See you again, guys, on Monday. Okay, on Monday we're gonna keep streaming. Okay, with more modeling GABUROON. We're gonna keep the bakery rolling. We're gonna keep making bread here, baking normals. Okay, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much, Banana, for your help. Thank you, MaroTachi, for spending a little bit of time here. Yes, thank you so much, man. Yeah. Thank you so much, Banana. Thank you. I'm so glad Quetz is doing fine. Little by little, step by step. Silverton too, for coming by and say hi. Okay, guys. See you around.